Something's definitely wrong with that car. They turned the engine off, restarted it, accelerated up to 4th gear and just stopped again. So, but it's still rolling on the track. Very strange. But anyway, while that's happening, have you guys got any questions to answer me or any information?
No, I don't have anything right now.
Okay, that's fine. That is absolutely fine. But so, yeah, I'm looking forward to the finish of this race, that is for sure. I won't be able to see the end, but I'll definitely read the results when I get home, and hopefully there'll be a commentator better than me in the booth at some point.
You're doing a fine job, David.
Vote of confidence. Yeah, I'll just see if we've got any questions that anyone's answered in the chat room. I'll just try and find it first. I can't seem to do. And it's got to be streamed. There we are. There we go. Here we go. So Chad Simpson says, finished a double stint in the Satellite GT2, finally a full stint without any problems in gaining on the cars ahead, so well done to him and the team. So yeah, that no one else seems to have any questions at the moment, so let's go back to seeing if there's any incident on track. And the engine is still turned off on Silver's car in the ORM P1 car, so there's definitely a problem with that car. That's for sure, and there's a lot of traffic coming up ahead. They all avoid him. So, yeah, I think it's just rolling back to the pits. There's definitely a problem with that car. Now he's turned the engine back on again, but going very slowly indeed. It must be a fuel problem, I would have thought. Say goodbye there to Alvin Nieves. I wish him all the best of luck. That is for sure. No, so I'll go on to the next topic I was going to talk about, and that's Pirelli. Obviously getting a lot of criticism and stick from from the teams and some media, but is it really their fault that they're having all these tyre blowouts? I don't know what you think, Jimmy.
Yeah, it is an interesting debate actually. I mean, on the one hand, you on the safety grounds, you cannot have a tyre that's just going to let go like we saw at Silverstone for so many people. You know, it's just dangerous, not only for the driver that's having the delamination or blowout, or whatever you want to call it, but also for anyone following behind them, because the carcass of the tyre definitely has quite a substantial weight to it, and it wouldn't want to be following a car at 200 mile an hour and have that come up and hit you on the helmet. But then on the flip side, Pirelli have been asked to make a tyre that's going to provide good racing, that's going to have a dramatic drop off to it. So it's all about finding the balance, but clearly something needs to be done about it, because as it stands, or certainly as it was at Silverstone, it's just unsafe.
Well, I know from my point, obviously they changed from the Kevlar belt to the steel belt beforehand, and I think that certainly had an effect, because obviously it's a different, well, I wouldn't say the steel melted, but there's obviously different quantities and different effects with the steel belt in it, and obviously they reverted back to the Kevlar belt 2012 design of the tyre for the German Grand Prix, and I'm happy to say that seemed to have solved it, certainly for that race. But I know at Silverstone that it was running over a curb as well, that Gary Anderson actually pointed out in the BBC, on BBC, the website. It was a very sharp curb that where Felipe Massa had his spin, and that potentially damaged the sidewall of the tyre. Now,
yeah, I mean,
would that have had an effect, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it may well do. Obviously it's a different tyre which hadn't been run there previously, but you also sort of got to think that you know they've been going there however many years they've been going to Silverstone. They'll pretty much sit with since I'm pretty sure the first championship Formula One race was held
Yeah.
at Silverstone. Obviously different layout, but they've been using that layout for some time now, and the cars have always been using that curve. The curve itself, I don't think, has been redesigned. So obviously it's a slightly different tyre to the 2012 one that's going over it, but yeah, it is a strange one. It must have had some effect, given the position on the track where all the blowouts were occurring. But yeah, strange one. I think the true test will be when we get back to some more of the high load circuits, because Nürburgring doesn't have the same sort of long high speed corners as Silverstone does.
One place would certainly be if they go to Spa this year, and also Monza. They got some high speed corners, a couple of high speed corners around Monza. That could have an effect as well, but hopefully we won't see it again. Another thing also was obviously teams, particularly like Red Bull, Ferrari, and Red Bull and Mercedes in particular, they was not really sticking to the guidelines as well. And surely it's partly their fault for not sticking to the guidelines in the first place and pushing the boundaries of the tyre, pushing the edge of the envelope, so to speak. That's what I think as well. It's not all down to Pirelli.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. If they're not sticking within the recommended guidelines, be it tyre pressures or cambers or and whatever factors that they're not sticking to after they've been told by Pirelli, it's for sure they've got to take some responsibility. But that's always been the case in Formula One and any form of motorsport, where they're just pushing the limits of what they can get away with a bit further and a bit further. And the only way with that to tell is just keep doing it until eventually something goes wrong. And it's always been the way, be it with engine developments or chassis or suspension or whatever part of the car's being developed. You're always pushing to find out where the limit is and see exactly how much you can get away with. And unfortunately, quite a few of the big teams and some of the lower teams as well have been going beyond the limits. But yeah, for sure they need to listen to what Pirelli are telling them in the first place.
Yeah, it's obviously disappointing seeing all those blowouts, not just at Silverstone, but there's a few obviously earlier on in the season where Lewis Hamilton had that blowout at Bahrain during, I can't remember if it's practice or qualifying now, but that was a start, and they never solved the problem. And I remember when Mercedes had that tyre test, and Lewis Hamilton came out and said that we did all those laps and all those miles for that, and they didn't even change the tyres. So yeah, I hope it gets resolved. So at some point, hopefully it's already been resolved at the German Grand Prix. But we'll obviously see where there's higher energy, high speed tracks do come along. So yeah, hopefully it all gets resolved as soon as possible. But I'll just check something now actually, because I'm not sure when we're going over to part 6 of this broadcast on the YouTube page. I'll just quickly have a look at that, because I don't want people to miss any part out. Oh no, we've got quite a bit to go. So we're all safe for the moment, so that's excellent. I'll just have a look out on track, because I wanted to have a look at that. It looks like Silver's car, Diego Silva, has that problem finally sorted out. It's going again nicely now, though I'm not sure what the problem was, but I would have guessed being fuel if you're turning the engine on and off constantly down the straights.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, yeah. Either got caught napping or just tried to eke it out a little bit too far. Yeah,
trying to get that extra lap in. Maybe have to change the strategy they're trying to do at some point. But
or even issues getting if there's going to be a driver change, getting the next driver in. I know there was a couple of points yesterday where we had to sit and wait in the pit lane just because we were pushing it fine for fuel and a little bit slow getting the other driver to the table, so we had to pull over and wait. Deemed a lot better to lose a few seconds waiting for someone in the pits rather than trying to do a lap and not making it to the end and having to escape, or back right off. Yeah.
Yeah, so one thing I've got to tell people is, if you're watching this stream on YouTube, then please refresh it. A new one has started, or if you're watching it on RD as well, just refresh it, just in case, sort of thing. So yeah, a new one has started. I assume that's a new segment. I think that's for the YouTube, but just in case, do it for both, sort of thing, because. Or maybe you don't want to because you don't listen to my horrible voice as well. No, but please refresh it, please, because new segment has started. So yeah, can't see any incidents on the track at the moment. Everyone seems to be going pretty smoothly, unless I've missed something, of course. Yagosaurus da Costa's in the pits at the moment for the MR Corsica. The MR Corsica that's in the pits. So not sure if that's a driver change or just fuel and tyres at the moment. Matt Rich is still going in the Daredevils racing car as well. Doing a good job in that car at the moment, no crashes, so that's good for him. And I'm delighted to say that Jonathan Ockercliff as well is in the MRI Motorsport Porsche at the moment. Hopefully he makes a bit of time and has a good clean stint as well. So yeah. So the thing I was going to ask the people was who they think they're going to win the F Formula 1 or respective championships around the world. I'll start with Formula 1 because obviously that's like the main one at the moment. So I hope it's sort of Vettel washout at the moment. I hope there's a good challenge from Mercedes and obviously Mark Webber as well. So
difficult to see it going another way though. The way things are going at the moment, Red Bull seems to be really on form, and obviously Vettel's taking full advantage of that. But it'd be great to see Kimi keeping up with good results and Kimi pushing him, because he's definitely not one to count out. He's now broken Michael Schumacher's record for finishing in the points consecutively. So he's definitely one to watch, and obviously Fernando Alonso is always strong, and the Mercedes boys, if they can sort out, remain consistent in the race and have some stronger race results, and not just on the Saturday.
yeah, well, I think it's definitely a 4-horse race, because I think Rosberg is a bit far back at the moment. He's 73 points. It's not impossible for him, but I definitely think that where Hamilton's on 99 at the moment, they might start to favour him at the near future, point scoring wise. But I hope it's either Kimi or Alonso to win the title. Personally, nothing against Vettel. It's just I'd rather see some. I don't like, particularly when it's a Schumacher era, I don't like seeing the same people win all the time. I always like to see different people winning, not just seeing the same old thing, really. But yeah, I think it'll be definitely intriguing this season, as it is every year. But I look forward to the finish of it. That is for sure.
I think for the sport it'd be brilliant to see Kimi Räikkönen win the championship in a Lotus.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fantastic.
Oh yeah, I definitely think so. That as well. That's for sure. I'd definitely rather see Kimi win out of anyone, because yeah, it was obviously good to see him win. In 2007, I very much enjoyed seeing him win, because I think he fully deserved it in an earlier year for sure, when he obviously did a couple of chances to win the title, but he had bad luck. And nothing really to report on the track at the moment, I don't believe. No, I don't think. Oh, there's a good move. A bit of a slug there from Nicky DeFrey, but he gets away with it. And still headlights on Pascal Eapen's car. Sorry for pronunciation, but he's still got the headlights on that car, and I thought he would have turned them off by now. But he obviously hasn't found the button to turn them off at the moment, or just wants them on. Oh, there's a stop actually. Johan van Doren has stopped in the Aston Martin just before the pit lane. I don't know what has happened there. I think he might have run out of fuel. Oh no, he's stuck in. Oh no, It's just parked at the moment, not run out of fuel. The engine is still running.
Maybe waiting for a driver, possibly.
Possibly, yeah. But yeah, it could be waiting for a driver to come in for do a driver swap or something like that. But he's
Or changing tyre pressures as well.
yeah.
Now it's going back into daylight. I know a lot of guys tend to alter the tyre pressures between night and day.
Yeah, that's very true. Obviously, the track temperature now obviously rises now. It's ambient temperature's currently at 20 degrees and the track temperature at 26. And obviously that'll be rising until the finish of this race. Just over 5 hours to 5 hours and 20 minutes time I make it. I hope that's right, but I'm pretty sure that's the finish of this race in 5 hours and 20. But he's still stuck there, and the engine has been turned off. So if it's not too much of a serious problem that they're having, I'm pretty sure there's a bit of damage on the side of that car as well. Just have a look. Actual damage on the left corner of that car. So Served Motorsports car parked outside of the track and not going very quickly at all actually, but I hope they get their problems sorted out and get back into this race as quickly as possible. As Smolczewski's at the end of Mike Smolczewski's at the end of the pit lane at the moment for the satellite racing team. He's just going back out on the track. I don't believe that's a driver swap, but they're back up on the racetrack. So the satellite racing car at the moment, and long way to go. And that the Disturbed Motorsports GT1 Aston Martin's going back again. They're just going into the pits at a slow pace. I'm just going to keep an eye on this because obviously it's not been a normal pit stop. Back now into the pits. They've obviously wasted about a minute or so doing that. As Diogo Silva's also in the pits in the P1 car ahead. But while that's going on, have you got any updates at all? What from your team, Jimmy, at all? Have you got anything to report, or is it still it's all running pretty normally at the moment?
Yeah, Remco's doing a good job at the moment. I was just checking on the timing actually over the last minute or so, and he's doing well. He seems to have gapped the car behind a little bit more, and staying pretty much status quo with the car in front. So he's doing a really good, consistent job. Remco, definitely. Really impressed by his driving. I'm impressed by the whole team as well, and how they go about racing. It's been really good working with them for this event. So yeah, unfortunately we're only looking at hopefully beating one of the GT1 cars today. But we qualified 10th in class, and we're still 10th in class. Was looking better in the opening hours, probably the first 5 hours we were even looking good, battling around P8 at one stage. But a few incidents overnight, so can't say fairer than being where we started. It's at least we haven't lost any ground.
No, and obviously Roaring Pikes Mechanics are very, very well respected team around Race Department and indeed sim racing, I believe. So I respect them, that is for certain. And most of these teams, to be quite honest with you, very well respected teams. You know, very, very big names in this series. It's just a shame that it's only going to be that some of them are doing quite so well and some haven't. And actually, it's just sorry. I thought there was a bit of action on the track. I thought there was a disconnect, but there hasn't been. So what I'll do is I'll give you the positions at 9 o'clock. As Jimmy Dion's just about to complete 300 laps. He's done 299 laps at the moment. He's just about to complete 300 lap. So that's obviously a milestone that he'd be pleased at this stage, because I think it's normally that 360 laps that they complete during a Le Mans 24-hour race. So he'll be pleased with that. It's please, people, whoever's watching this, and I'd love to read out some of your questions that you have at this point. Any questions about the race or just anything really, sport, news, anything. I'm more than happy to read out as long as I know the answer to it or an educated guess at best. So yeah, I'm more than happy to read out any questions that anyone has, and if anyone wants to join the booth as well, then I'm more than happy to talk to anybody. As long as they're happy putting up with me the rest of times. But yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. That is for sure. Now, Jimmy, there was a question that we asked last night, and I'll put it to you now. If you was to pick a team for this event or any other endurance event, who would it be? Like your perfect 4 drivers in sim racing.
That's a tough one. There's some really great drivers in this series, and it can only really be based on from what I've seen from the previous rounds that I've watched, and also from some of the guys I know who are racing this from the past. Because I know there's a lot of quick drivers out there that unfortunately I won't be able to give them credit because I'm fairly new to the endurance scene, and there's a lot of guys I've not raced against before, and so many drivers out there. There must be well over 100 drivers. Well, easily over 100 drivers competing. I think one person that stands out for me would probably be James Johnson. He was very impressive last time out doing a 9-hour run. That's real dedication to the course. Some of his lap times I've seen have been pretty impressive as well. So he'd be one. Probably can't ignore Jasper Tolberg as well. He's quick no matter what you put him in. He's very quick and very consistent. It's tough.
That's it. That's the 2 names I actually said when I was doing my thing. Obviously, yeah, them 2 names immediately spring to mind when I think of sim racing, particularly in endurance. There's definitely 2 names that spring to my mind, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think I'll also put Scott Webber in the team because he seems to have been doing a great job from what I've seen. In the P2 category, I believe, in Daredevil's racing. It's a bit of an outside one, but Scott's a great guy, consistent driver, and exactly what you need for endurance racing. Now to pick a 4th. I have to think about it.
It's very tough. I mean, there's so many great drivers out there. I struggled when I got asked this last night. But yeah, there's a very, very well respected names, not just in this field, but across the whole of sim racing as well. That's unfortunate. I'd love to get all the best drivers into one race, just like have no drawbacks. Just like if all the good drivers, all the best drivers into one race, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, sure. One make racing as well. Everybody in the same T1 car or something. Yeah, that'd be great. I'm going to have to pick Jimmy D on for the 4th driver. He's been doing a brilliant job from what I've seen this weekend, and still leading the race, putting in great lap times, lap after lap. So he'll be my 4th driver.
Yep. Of course, when I left everyone last night, there was an incredible battle happening actually in the P1 class. And I've only just noticed. I don't know which one it is, but one of them seems to have dropped out at some point. I don't know which one it is. That's the only problem, or at least dropped back. Because there was two Robins. I don't think they're over in the car now. They're not in the car now. And there was Jimmy Dion. And Jimmy Dion had an incident yesterday evening, and that set him back. But then both of the other P1 cars actually disconnected and had some sort of problems, so that let Jimmy Dion get back into the lead, and comfortably now as well. But that was an amazing battle last night. In endurance racing, I've not seen anything like that before. with such a battle gone for such a long time as well. It's absolutely magnificent racing.
What's a new experience for me was having these great battles with P1 and P2 cars going on around you.
Yeah.
Down the Mulsanne straight, that certainly wakes you up, or in the Porsche curves.
Oh yeah, definitely, that's for sure. But these two, I think it's Jimmy Dion, and I can't remember the other name now. That's such my lack of brain, but lack of brain power. But it's absolutely magnificent racing.
Yeah,
So.
sure. One thing I would add as well is I've noticed a couple of sort of negative things posted on the forums or in the chat or what have you about driving standards. But from where I've been sitting throughout the race, and I've been in the car for I think just over 7 hours in total. The driving standards here have been absolutely phenomenal. All of the P1 and the P2 guys who have been around me have been very respectful, not going for stupid lunges when it isn't on. The GT2 guys have been keeping out of the way. As long as you don't go for daft moves, which are never on, then there's no reason why you can't have an incident or relatively incident-free run. So yeah, hats off to everyone out there who's doing a great job. Been really, really good driving standards so far.
Yeah, I mean, I heard about these driving standards last night, and if there's one person in this field that you want to talk about bad driving standards, well, he's currently in the THR P1 car at the moment. Old Chris Butcher, he's certainly one that you want to talk about bad standards. But I haven't seen much since I've been watching this. I mean, I think obviously out of the whole calendar, this one sticks to mind as this is the one that everyone wants to finish, no matter what, and that's probably why we've seen all these great standards as well. It's got something to do with it.
Yeah, sure. Obviously, people are going to have bad luck along the way, and it's unfortunate for THR if they've been getting caught up in incidents. I do actually recall them seeing Chris saying something about them, constantly getting caught up in other people's accidents or whatever it is, getting caught out by other cars. But just from my observations from where I've been sitting, maybe I've just been lucky that I haven't had any issues with other people's driving on circuit so far. Still got another stint to do, but fingers crossed.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, well, there's still 40 cars going around the track at the moment. So, obviously, not many retirements. I think there's been something like 5 retirements since, well, certainly I joined last night. I think not many retirements at all. So it's still a very, very busy track. Of course, everything's now obviously spread out now, but magnificent. Hardly no retirements at all. Many because of disconnects and stuff like that. So obviously very good. A few cars in the pits now. Nizio and Jonathan Dion also in the lead GT1 Corvette as well, and also Halgren in what looks like the P2 car as well. Yeah, the ME Racing P2 car in the pits. So there was a yellow flag in Sector 2 a few moments ago, but that seems to have cleared now. So it's all good to go green, of course. So there we are. Can't see any incidents or anything, or any battles on at the track at the moment. But yeah, it's been an amazing spectacle, and I have not seen any incidents at all that major sort of people driving into each other or anything. This race, the few hours I have been watching it. So yeah, it's been a very good spectacle at the moment. Sure. But obviously, Jimmy Dion 302 laps now. He's still got over a two lap, nearly 3 lap advantage over the Skype Team Racing car. Pretty comfortable at them, but anything can happen. That is for sure. At this stage, and that's with any class going at the moment. So if I just give you a quick rundown of the top 3 in each class. So the RC France Racing Team still in the lead in the P1 class, followed by Skype Team Racing and Phoenix Motorsport as well. They're sort of still sort of in the hunt, 5 laps behind the leader, but only a couple of laps behind the Skype Team Racing car. In P2, it's still David Young and the THR machine. He's still leading at the moment with Simco Hungarian team in second place in P2 and Hal Racing team in third place in P2. And in GT1, it's still our seat with Jonathan Dion in the car in the lead, with No Limit Motorsports in second place and Simco Hungarian team in third place. And we got still Sim Racing with Holland comfortably leading in the GT2 class, with OM Course in second place and Regatta also in third place. Still the 40 cars running here at Le Mans at the moment, so yeah, it's all going well at the moment, so it'll be a great finish with just over 5 hours to go of racing. There's still plenty of time for things to happen, as James Knowles has had a spin after the in the second sector, I believe, and he's wrong way at the moment. He's just trying to rejoin. I'll try and see what happened here. Oh, we just went wide, turning in, hit the grass and spun round. Went into him. It was actually Jimmy Dion was the car behind him, so it was that was a sight for Jimmy to behold there. Just seeing a backwards LMP2 car there. But James Hill was still trying to get the car to spin around. So he's just trying to find a safe place to rejoin, and that's what he's doing right now.
I've just noticed a couple of tweets coming in about a battle for P3 and LMP1. Apparently they're only half a second apart.
Right, okay, that's what I'm gonna look at that right now. I do apologise about that.
No, it's okay. I've just spotted it. But I'll let you know.
Got to, just got to find it now. I believe that Skype car. No, I don't think they're half a second apart at the moment. There's the Phoenix car. Actually, if I'm right, I think I might have overtaken. No, I believe the. Oh, actually, I know who you're talking about. The battle for P3s between Phoenix and SLVN. Right, okay, I'm gonna look at that battle right now. And yes, you did go right. I do apologise. They are right, and it's a great battle as well. I'm watching it right now. They're coming up to some traffic ahead. Obviously, the car ahead of them is in P3, and P4 SLVN is got the position 2 car. They're just overtaken him, so they've just unlapped himself with the Smolczewski. No, sorry, that's wrong. SLVN versus the Phoenix car. That's for P3 at the moment in the P1 class. There's only about a second between them actually as well, so I'm going to keep an eye on this battle at the moment. But I'm delighted to say we've got a proper commentator back in the booth with Xavier. I'm delighted to see him here.
Yes, hello David, Jimmy and Lars. Sorry I'm late, I actually I overslept a bit after my 2 AM stint.
That's okay, that's perfectly understandable. I'm a bit relieved, so you can take over the main commentary duties, as I'm sure people fed up listening to my horrible voice.
Well, they're gonna have to listen to my really husky, tired voice.
But I'm also delighted to say that Lars Brugman is in the channel.
Oh yes, he is. And well, maybe Lars can help me out a little bit here. Maybe you and Jimmy can help me out as well, David. With what's been going on during the night.
Well, I'll tell you, there's been 2 further server crashes, so a bit chaotic. And from what everyone's been telling me, that the P1 THR car has had pretty much a disaster. But one of the main contenders actually for the lead of the P1 class has dropped out of the race. I believe.
Oh, okay. Which one has dropped out then?
I can't remember. I think it was the with Robin de Jong in. It was one of the Robins, basically.
I don't think that was Robin de Jong because SRVN is still in.
Right,
They're
it was
way
the
back.
other one.
We're currently watching it on the broadcast now.
Yeah. It was the other car. I can't remember. I can't remember the name. But I'm sure someone will be able to tell me, or send it in the chat. Thank you for Thomas Baker for telling me about the battle. By the way, me and Jim Hughes here.
Yeah, I think I can also just say it's been going very wrong for quite a few teams, and I think during the night, I know Daredevils had a pretty bad stint, and it all started after Samuel Fuller's PC crash, just as he was handing the car over to me, and then, well, we had to press escape, serve the 10-minute penalty. Oh, Casper Mortensen there just hitting one of the Porsches.
Dear.
But yeah, we had a bit of an issue there. Then I served the 10-minute penalty, went out. I was trying to speak to the team, trying to get some, trying to communicate with one of the team members that was in the channel with me, and I couldn't hear what he was saying. So I tried to fiddle with my TeamSpeak buttons or whatever to try and get the volume up, and very rookie error there because I ended up slamming into the wall and losing a wheel. Actually, they caught that on the broadcast. I went straight on at the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight and smashed straight into the tyres. Made myself look like a bit of a numpty.
Don't worry, I've done that plenty of times myself in the past, as you might have seen.
And then apparently there were two more server crashes during the night, and Matt Richards went into the pits during his night stint or morning stint, I think, and tried to put fuel in the car, and the pit crew didn't put fuel in and didn't change tires at all. So I mean, not going good for Daredevils at all.
No, not at
and this final event of the championship.
There's a couple of other things that Lars was telling me earlier, that Mike had a problem with his computer as well. So no, you're not the only team. You're not the only team there to have problems, but it's a disappointment, obviously, because you put so much effort and so much practice.
Oh yeah, I can
and
tell
when
you.
it comes to the real thing, it sort of all goes to pot. Really, it's just a matter of
we've had
sim racing gods.
We've actually been practicing for about, ever since Raid America was off. I mean, we got versions of the track, and then when we finally got the track on SimSync, we were literally practicing as the track was released. And you practice for weeks and weeks and days, just for those 2-hour stints that we do. And when it all goes wrong, it's really not a good feeling.
No, I can imagine. I can honestly imagine how you'd feel, even when the slightest thing goes wrong. You go into the gravel, or you lose a bit of time. But especially if you crash the car at some point and then you got to serve that long penalty, it's obviously not a good feeling. But the thing is, you got to try and forget about that and say, right, that's happened. Get on with the next stint on the next lap, and just try and make up as much time as possible. Well, I have a bit of news regarding THR, as James Johnson has taken over in the P1 car, so he'll be mighty relieved that Chris Butcher has sort of got P1 car back in one piece. And David Hunt has just also had a pit stop in the lead P2 car. So he's just had the pit stop. I think it was just fuel and tyres because he was already driving the car at the time. So it's just a double stint they're doing. The tyres, but yeah, not much incident since I came on at 8 o'clock this morning, or just over an hour ago.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming in and sort of filling in.
Alright.
While I was asleep.
That's not a problem at all. So just under 5 hours to go here, 4 hours and 55 minutes to go. And as I say, a lot can happen in that time, especially we could see a couple of cars. Oh, it's actually a slow car. I think it's just coming into the pits, actually. It's the... oh no, it's just coming into the pits. I thought it was going very slowly for some reason. But everything's going well. I'm gonna say everything's
Well,
going well
for now, yeah.
for now. Yes. Got to say the RMI car has Jonathan Ockcliffe in the car, so in safe hands indeed. So I'm glad they're still going actually, because they've been sort of slaughtered a bit in this broadcast for knocking up McDonald's car and all that. But actually, speaking
Oh
of which,
yes.
I had a similar liveried Volvo I created a year ago actually. So, but the only difference it really is, it was a special edition like Volvo. It had yellow rims as well, so it really looked the part. But I thought it looked great. So yeah. So I see why they like that colour scheme, because I think it works well. Apart from when there's when there's a bonnet on the car, it looks a lot better, but this one doesn't.
I must just say with Jonathan Ossicliffe last night, um, during the night stint, after the first restart, I had to take evasive action from one of the cars in front and went off onto the grass going into Indy, which is not a corner you want to, not have your brakes working. So yeah, kind of went straight into Indy and just had to try and keep it out of the wall in front. But I think I tagged one of the P1s or the P2s. It wasn't major, but it was like a little bit of a light kiss or a light touch on the nose of that car. But I think I nearly thwacked Ossicliffe out, which was pretty close, and must have been a pee in your pants moment for him.
Okay, just a bit of news regarding P1. Def Amiel was taking over the car from Jimmy Dion, so that will probably see him do a stint, and then obviously another driver change slightly later on, possibly, or I'm not sure actually, but I assume there'll be a
Still quite a bit of time to go, so
yeah.
I think we should still be able to see another driver swap. Yeah.
There was one question I was going to ask actually. I just thought of it. Not a very serious one. Like, what is your funniest or most embarrassing moment in sim racing? Because I've had a few.
Actually happened last night.
yeah.
I was just like, okay, I'm not gonna make this chicane. Let's try and go for this gate road. Okay, I'm not gonna make that either. Literally just went straight on.
Because one moment I actually did was when I first actually started sim racing in Race 07, which was I don't know how this happened, but it was at Brands Hatch GP circuit, and going into it was Hawthorns. I got a punt, and what happened was they hit me so hard. It's like one of those noob servers. They hit me so hard that I went across the Indy layout. That road went straight. I was braking fully as well, and I took out the leader, who was coming off the GP layout, and I went smashed to the side of his door, and took him out, and then I got banned from that server. So it wasn't my fault, but I was quite embarrassed as well. Sort of thing. That was brilliant timing though. That how I managed to take out the lead car in the race from the race lead with such a spectacular incident. It's perfect timing, but one I sort of regret a bit. For the moment.
Of course.
But funny now.
I'm just having a look here at the field, the timing screens, and it was way more spread out, sort of during the night or just before I'd left. It was a lot more spread out with the GTs and P2s and the GT2s. Currently, everything seems to have stabilized. It looks like everyone is running within their own class, except for LDDT, Daredevils, and SRS Racing, who obviously had their issues.
Yeah, I noticed that there was one car well down the order. I think it was the DR Motorsports.
Yes, the DR
car.
Motorsports, yeah.
James
Yeah,
Knowles.
they're on lap 254 when the lead P2 is currently on 289. So
yeah,
must have had major issues there somewhere.
But yeah, they've had some serious problems there. I'm in there 264 and that's the car ahead of them. So 10 laps behind their nearest competitor. So they've obviously had some major problems during the night, I imagine.
And of course, they have a GT2 team as well, which is also not doing particularly well. Also, Team Mar is having their usual back of the field race. Yeah, you know, when stuff like that happens, when you are 20 laps down on the car that you're sort of chasing, it's good to see that these teams are not just quitting and that they're actually persevering and wanting to finish the race.
Absolutely. I mean, I never like to see that sort of rage quitting thing. I always think, look, you want to sim race, you got to sim race, and you have good races and you have bad races. I mean, for me, it's mainly the bad, but I still pluck away at it. I never give up really. I can't remember giving up at any point. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you finish 20 laps down, it's still a massive achievement just to finish a 24-hour Le Mans race, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is, and it's something special when you do finish. I mean, you've got your whole team working for you. It's not just your own race. It's not your sprint race. It's you and a team, and when you're all working together, it's such a great atmosphere, and it's such an awesome experience. I mean, this is my first Le Mans, or virtual Le Mans that is, and it feels it's just such an awesome feeling being part of this team and being able to do your stints and do your part for the team. It's just I can't explain it. I think you just have to experience it for yourself to understand fully what it means to be part of a 24-hour event like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just you. Obviously, as you say, it's not just you. It's not just about you. It's about the team as well. And if you do rage quit, it's not just you that you're affecting. It's the whole team that you're affecting, all your teammates.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. And you've got to think about, well, if I wreck this car, if I damage this car, the crew doesn't always fix everything. So I'm handing over to the next guy. I'm handing over a car that's got some damage, and it's that type of thing. Everyone's got to deal with everything that gets thrown at them, and you have to deal with it as a team, not just as an individual, which is cool.
I just talk about damaged cars. I just see Rui Martins have a spin at the first chicane, and I believe he whacked the wall. So perfect example of what you just said. Basically, he's going to have to potentially, because it's the rear of the car as well, and I believe from the Porsche, he hit the car with the rear, hit the wall with the rear of the car, so that could be handling pretty badly right now. Actually, I'm not sure how hard he hit the wall, but the rear of the car is damaged, so that will not be handling too well. That Porsche 997.
Yeah, no. I did actually get some information on that earlier. Not with how he did it, but I did hear that he was struggling going around the track.
Yeah. Stephen.
I think the closest battle we have on track is for third position in P1.
That's correct. Yes.
There's about a 30-second gap there, so maybe we can switch over when that gap closes a little bit more.
Yeah, I believe it was the names SRVN and Phoenix Motorsport. I believe they've actually swapped positions at some point because Phoenix was running in third place.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And SRVN have overtaken them. Jan Vim Ensing. Sorry if I don't pronounce that correctly. It's mind you saying that, I do believe that Casper Mortensen did have a pit stop at some point.
Okay,
So,
yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. So there's a swap of position there.
And as the track starts warming up, we'll start seeing some quicker lap times again. Because I mean,
Yeah.
During the night, I can tell you it was icy conditions. You really couldn't even with your traction control on full, you couldn't put the throttle down, anywhere near in the middle of the corner. Whereas during the day, you could put the throttle down as well as flat.
Yeah, that is the thing with night racing as well. It's not just the vision that affects you; it's track temperatures, it's all sorts of things that can affect you. Your concentration could be affected as well, potentially. A lot of other things.
The tyres after the first restart during the night, we had cold tires, cold brakes, and a cold circuit, which really didn't mix in. There were cars flying off left, right, and center, and it was also the first sort of real lap that we had done in the night because, you know, 2 days before it was still sort of twilight, and
Yeah.
the server had just crashed as we went into the night time. So it was our first like sort of real lap. And there were just cars dropping off like flies, like going off left, right, and center. Just not used to the cold brakes, not used to the cold circuit, and the cold tires. And I think we were the only team during the night to think about going onto super softs to manage the tire wear and to manage the grip levels. And it actually worked out pretty well for us until I think Mike had his PC crash. But I mean, no.
Yeah, that's
I think you know, with the track's temperature now rising, we should start seeing some quicker lap times, and we should start seeing less incidents, I think, as well, as the track becomes less glassy, less icy.
Yeah, that is for sure. One thing I would just like to say is that there was an incident with Ethan Pooballs in the LSD racing E2 car. Is that the front nose of that car was missing, so they've just been into the pits and repaired that car, looking nice and shiny again at the front. Is for sure. So bit unfortunate for them. That is for sure. And also Ronald Crack. Sorry if I get that pronunciation wrong, but the Rare Endurance Team GT1 car also in the pits at the moment. They're just coming out in the Corvette. Go back onto the circuit right now.
Yeah, currently on the broadcast that we're watching Rafael Labata for MR course. Now that's a brand new team that's coming, and I think it's a team full of Portuguese drivers. As I've just seen sort of Portuguese names in that channel, and they had 11 members in their team channel, which was for a team, that's a lot of guys, and you know, they must have had a difficult time finding setup. But yeah, this is a new team, and they're not doing too badly. You know, they're setting some consistent quick lap times. I'm not quite sure what lap they're on. I'll have to have a look, but I mean,
They're on lap 286. They're P5 in class, so they're doing a good job for their
yeah,
first
no,
race.
that's an awesome job for your first race. Your first endurance race, I think it is, or 24-hour race. It must be at RaceDepartment for them. I haven't really seen them here in the past.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just so cool to see these new teams come through and do as well as they're doing.
Well, that's it. I mean, if you've got 11 people in a channel, then you must be you must have some serious backing from a lot of people. I'm not saying financially, but I'm saying that, you know, you've got a lot of support from your team. So I don't know how many drivers that they've got in their team, but they must have some sort of like advisors or something there, or just people giving good advice there in that team. So I always like to see new teams come in, and you know, obviously it's a learning process for a new team, but they seem to be doing pretty well at the moment. So I'll say well done to MR Corsa. They're on that 287 at the moment.
Yeah. So I say, coming for the guys that haven't been watching the broadcast for long, if you've just come on, once we go through the chicane, I just want to show you on the right-hand side, you will see the race department headquarters that the staff put in when they were making the circuit. You will see, okay, it'll pop up on your left now, I'm sure. Just a glimpse of it quickly. Yeah, race department headquarters.
Yeah, there it is.
Right, right. And of course, before you get onto the Mulsanne Straight, you have your, you have that billboard with a tribute to Alan Simonson on it, which is quite a nice touch as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's obviously very tragic that, especially with these safety standards you have these days. It was obviously a shock that happening. I mean, I never expected that, especially as I say with the safety standards. But it's obviously a very big accident they had. There is the belt board I just see on board Nigel Middleton's car that I saw it from. Yeah, it's a very nice tribute to have that board there, and nice little detail as well. I think to have the race department headquarters down at the chicane on the big long straight there. No driver changes that I've noticed lately. So everyone seems to be going well still. So yeah, absolutely. You know, I like to be precise in my commentary, as you've
Oh, I just
noticed.
thought I think we should be joined by Ron Squire soon, and then later on Dan Marsh should be joining us to end off the session.
Yep.
Not quite sure if Scott Woodward and James Cope are coming back on later, or maybe even Mike Bell. I actually doubt Mike Bell will be coming back on. He had a stint at 4 a.m.
Yeah, he's probably asleep. That's not a surprise this time of day. He's He's normally awake during the night and asleep during the day. So I wouldn't surprise me if he's asleep right now, knowing him. But yeah, hopefully we'll get a few more people in here, give their views and opinions on everything that's happened. There's a tweet from Ben Warren saying, difficult night for Oscar and Will, but so far so good this morning. I had a good double stint and Timu's doing great now. So that is the Timu Toyka in the car at the moment for SRS Racing. And they've had a pretty good event, I think. They're actually no, they haven't. Sorry, they're 10th in the class. 10th in the class. So I do apologise to SRS, everyone at SRS there, but yeah, they're 10th in class at the moment. So when I was watching them, last night they didn't have any problems at all, so that's why I assumed that they was doing pretty well. But they're 10th in class, but obviously their aim is now probably to finish. So I don't think there's anyone really near them. Oh, the nearest car to them is Daredevils.
No, they're like 20 laps down on the next car, I think.
Yeah, no, I think Daredevils is the closest car to them. 4 laps behind them.
Oh, okay. Oh, well then it's they have some work to do then.
Yeah. So might see a little battle there if they close up, or maybe.
Yeah, if there's an issue with one of the teams, God forbid that there's an issue with Daredevils again, because I think we'll have the whole team start raging. I mean, I know last night when I had that issue, Matt Ridges was in the channel, and unfortunately he bear the brunt of my little bit of a rage in the car.
Well, we both know Matt. I'm actually surprised that Matt and Mike was in the same team. Actually, to be fair, because normally they're completely chalk and cheese. Basically, they're always arguing about something. Put it that way. So I'm actually surprised Daredevils are still going. I thought that one of them's bound to crash, but they're still going. So apart from Mike's computer crash. And normally I bear the brunt of their argument as well. I normally get a big headache afterwards. So so I'm happy that they're still going at the moment.
Speaking of Matt Ridges, we're actually watching him on the broadcast.
Yes, I'm gonna have a look at him right now.
With that, I just want to mention as well that if you have only just joined us or joined us during the night or something, there has been no commentary, and you don't know this yet. The tribute to Alan Simonson is not only on that billboard heading onto the Mulsanne Straight, it is actually also on a lot of the cars, and there's a lot of Alan Simonson inspired liveries. And if you look on the side of this Daredevil's car, you will see the tribute to Alan Simonson on the side of that car, also with the Danish flag and just a little bit of a text tribute as well. But there's also a few teams that are doing tribute skins, and there's an Aston Martin that has Alan Simonson's skin as well that's driving out there. And very strangely enough, looking ahead of Matt Ridges, that's Bram Hengelfeld in the car. But before, after his first stint, he had come onto the chat and said he had he had deleted his R Factor and said that was his last ever stint in R Factor 1. And I'm quite surprised to see him back in there.
That's what you call a change of fortune.
Sorry,
for Bram, that is for certain. That's a bit of extravagant thing to hear.
If I can just step in for a second there, Martin was due to be in the car for a couple of hours before I take over at 10 o'clock GMT. But first, I'm not entirely sure of the reason, but I know Martin is unable to do his last stint, so I think between Bram and Remco, they're gonna cover up till about 10 o'clock.
Okay, so there's some inside info for you guys, just to get a bit of insight into what's going on with that RaceDepartment next team. Maybe, so unfortunately there's an issue there, and Bram has had to reinstall his R factor and get the sim down again. It's quite a lengthy process, I must admit. Oh, there's a P1 car, that's the SRVN car going through there. That was very close. It's not a place you really want to do that.
No.
You want to be a little bit more patient until you get onto one of the straights. And he's actually going into the pits, so there was no need for that at all.
Bit of news that I noticed that the Feeder Sport Poland P1 car disconnected. I can't remember who was in the car, but Conrad Bart is in the car now.
Yeah, that is true. They're actually not showing up in the sim at all. That's not good for them at all.
Oh, he's back now. So he connected left and now he's back in the game. But disaster.
There must have been a driver swap issue there.
Yeah, because I didn't see him off
they
the
will have to serve a penalty now. I think 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's correct. 10 minutes stuck in the pits, and another car that just went off actually. The Sim Racing PL team just had a big. They're back on the track, down to the rear of their car, but they're okay for the moment. And I think I've just seen the Alan Simonson inspired livery. I think is it Monster Energy Endurance car? I believe.
I'll actually have a look. I think that must be ME Racing, is it not? No, it's not.
Yeah,
Monster Energy Endurance.
It's like the Golf Racing car with the Danish flag on the top.
It is in fact Monster Energy Endurance Racing's car, and if we can maybe get that on the broadcast just now, if the cameraman is actually listening, maybe we can just get a view of that tribute car, because it's an excellent skin, and I mean, we've got such talented guys here. You know, a lot of these guys making all these skins, and they look wonderful, they look awesome, they look beautiful. You know, I think it's cool that we can have, you know, people who have never really had any experience in designing or something, making things that look like this, and it's really cool. To be able to, I know for me, being a team owner, it's really cool to be able to have skins in the game and have a livery that's sort of your own. You can actually, you know, have a claim to something. You know, you have something that people can identify your team with, not just one of the default cars.
No, absolutely. I mean, we got such a talent. I believe it's not just driving that everyone is talented at here. You know, we got some very talented inners, highlight videos. You know, track designers as well. You know, it's not just talent on the racetrack. It's talent off the racetrack as well. That I love. That's what I love about sim racing. You know, you get to see everyone's great work off the track as well. So, I think actually people have also had very good careers. You know, starting from sim racing, showing their work to other people, and actually having great careers as well. Coming from sim racing as well. That's what I love about it.
We're currently actually looking at the Alan Simonson inspired livery, and actually, as we're heading onto the Mulsanne Straight, we're going to get this car. There is the tribute to Alan Simonson on the right-hand side on that billboard, and that's quite a nice little tribute to him there on that billboard. And this livery is also another really nice tribute to him. And this also, we spoke about it way earlier in the broadcast, I mean, a couple of hours ago, about how, you know, real life motorsport really does influence the sim racing community, and well, we can see it with all these tributes going on, and even more than just Alan Simonson. I mean, there was chat about one of the guys there was another endurance series that ran around, and there was a guy who had a heart attack in the car, and he unfortunately died on circuit, or he was unconscious on the circuit and was pronounced dead later, I think. And there was a lot of talk about that within the sim racing community, and there were a couple of tributes to him as well, which, I mean, real world motorsport does influence sim racing a lot. I mean, it's not just a game, it's actually, you know, this is racing in its own right, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I mean, There's a lot of things, there's always conversations about real life motorsport as well.
Exactly.
There's a lot of things that influence us as a community as well. Good influences and bad influences and news as well. So when something tragic as, say, for example, Alan Simpson's death was, it just brings us all together, I believe, and
Yeah.
we just show our appreciation to him and other people who have sadly passed away in the past as well. So yeah, it's good to see that we've had our own tributes, on the racing circuit with the billboard and with other people's liveries as well. So I'm delighted to see that. That's for sure.
Yeah. And I'd just like to pose a question here with regards to real world racing versus sim racing. I would like to know either your thoughts, Jimmy or David, and even the audience, what your thoughts are. Is sim racing more difficult than being a real racing driver? Because, I mean, we are our own team bosses, we are our own mechanics, we're the only ones that can control the situation half of the time. Unless you're in an endurance race like this, where you've got everybody contributing to a setup and you've got everybody helping you, you have to be your own strategist, your own race team engineer, your own mechanic, and above all of that, you've got to drive your own car.
Well, on that, I would probably say that, on the flip side, you get so much more time to put in the practice to be able to set up the car, potentially do endless amounts of back-to-back running, rather than just having a week of testing set slots, having to share the same car or what have you. So that sort of balances itself out, I think, in the whole. But yeah, certainly there is a lot more. In a way, there's a lot more to it because you've got so much more you have to think about. You've got to think on your feet with a strategy, discuss things with the other drivers. So yeah, there is definitely a lot more aspects to it. But yeah, you do get a lot more time to try and work out exactly what the best way forward is.
Yeah, and I mean, you're talking about how much time we spend. I mean, for some of these championships, guys are doing at least 200 to 800 laps before they even go into an official practice lap on these circuits. The amount of effort and practice that goes into events like this it's extraordinary. It's actually it's unbelievable how much effort goes into just a sprint race even. I mean, into one of the touring car races.
I mean, what I'd like to add to that is there's different pressures, with sim racing and real racing. I mean, obviously, if you go to the real Le Mans, you've got obviously sponsors to impress, media to impress, you've got proper team bosses, staff, managers to impress as well. And I think, and with motors racing, for most drivers, it's their career, it's their life, it's their sort of job
Yeah.
to do well in racing and in life sort of thing. But with us, I think it's just more of a hobby with most people in sim racing. So we do it sort of more fun based than obviously real racers do. But we like to give ourselves our own pressure, our own standards, our own expectations to do well. So some people come here to do for different reasons. I like to be more fun based, but I know a lot of people who take this 100% seriously and beyond, really. So
there's actually quite a host of brilliant prizes that are on offer for some of these championships.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I know if you go into iRacing, they've got a $10,000 prize for winning the iRacing overall championship, which that's quite an incredible prize to win. And you can win game rigs, you can win wheels, and a whole bunch of things. I just want to touch on the point here as well quickly. With regards to real racing and sim racing and how difficult it is. I think in real racing you have more feedback through your wheel, you have more feedback through your pedals, and that's when we as sim racers sort of lose out a little bit because we don't get that same feeling. I mean, all we have is a little bit of force feedback on your wheel, and it's really difficult to judge what the car's doing and how it feels. So I think in that respect it's also a little bit more difficult for us.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, obviously, when you're there's certain wheels, rigs, and that you can sort of feel what's going on, but that's only like a you can only go so far with a game or a simulation where when you're on the even if you're driving your standard road car, you feel exactly what's going on, you know, when you're on the road. So and on the racetrack, obviously for a greater extent. So yeah, there's certain advantages and disadvantages, but obviously when you're a racing driver, you got to be physically fit as well, and that's something that I'm not. So I could just sit here and just turn a wheel and press a accelerator pedal and a brake pedal. So obviously you got to be certain thing. Obviously very physically fit and mentally fit as well to be a racing driver. But with us, obviously you could just have a computer, have a power steering wheel and pedals and
Yeah.
get going really, and have an internet
Look,
connection.
obviously,
One
it's not going to be more difficult on a physical level. It's going to be more difficult on a mental level. I think we just need to
Yeah.
reiterate that point because obviously you're not moving about in the car. You're not experiencing any G forces unless you have
one thing I
full rig. Yeah.
sorry, yeah, one thing I would add as well from my real life racing experience very quickly is just that the barriers actually hurt. That definitely influences the way you approach driving and obviously the cost involved to rebuilding the car once you smash it up into bits. So that definitely adds a huge element to certainly getting the most out of the car when you're practicing.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, we don't say that it's more difficult on a physical level, but more on a mental level, as you know,
Sure.
you're doing all of the work nearly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a lot of well, I've done certain races before where it's very stressful indeed. I've been normally piddling around at the back, but when you're in a battle and you don't really, you sort of know them sometimes over TeamSpeak, but you don't know what other people are going to do at the time. There's more of a lot of trust real racing because that's putting lives at risk as well. But when you're sim racing course, all you do is sort of hit a car. Oh, and Bramhenge about had a problem in the Corvette there. I can't remember the name now. Roaring Pike's RPM car, and he's in the pits, so he's had damage. He's had a puncture coming into the final
Oh,
sector, and he's hit the wall, hit
oh
the
no,
tyre barrier there, and had a massive problem.
that's not
So
good for them then.
that's not good for Jimmy there. That's some bad news to you there, Jimmy. So sorry about
Yeah.
that, but I just had to point that out because
I think he might have been in the car a while, so hopefully it was towards the end of a stint, so it shouldn't, fingers crossed, it shouldn't affect us too much. We've got a 3-lap advantage over the car behind, so. But yeah, certainly not ideal.
no, not at all. And we've had a couple of disconnects as well that I noticed. Carl Middleton, the UKNL Racing, they've disconnected, but they've rejoined the circuit now. And as I said
Well,
earlier,
yeah, they
Conrad
have to serve
Barr
that penalty before they rejoin the course.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to what we were saying, and obviously that it can be extremely stressful driving the sim racing car because you know there's certain different things as well that you put yourself under certain pressures as well, trying to do well, trying to get an advantage over your competitors as well. Some people push a bit too hard to get those advantages, but definitely very stressful because sometimes you have a race, but you can do better than sometimes what you've done, or certain things have gone against you as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, definitely.
definitely very stressful for me in particular. Oh, and Teemu Toika's gone through the gravel trap, but he's rejoined the track in the SRS racing car. But he's rejoined safely, so nothing really much to report there.
yeah, and David, you're there because you are looking at him and LMP2 here on my screen. Just putting another lap down in the trait in that. Oh, here's the trait racing for today. I actually forgot a couple of instances in the night, which was pretty close for him. The trait is with old DVT, yeah, and they're running really way back in the P2 field, and even in the overall field. So no, not going particularly well for them either. I mean, it's a real shame to see, these sort of issues happening as often as they are.
Yeah. When as I said, I think last night, you put so much effort into these races, as you know, Xavi, and you know, Jimmy, and and just things just don't go to plan. You put all that effort in, and it just doesn't materialise into what you want. But
Yeah.
there's always sort of next year to prepare. But of course, you just put so much effort into this year. I mean, this is both your first Le Mans 24 hours, but this is a learning process for both of you. So you'll
Yeah, it
always
is.
have the
I mean,
chance
it's
to
my first
improve.
time.
Yeah.
It's my first time doing a 24-hour race, and I must say it's an awesome experience, and I'm definitely going to come back again next year or next season, if possible, and maybe even into with my own team, and just to see how that works out.
Yeah, I mean, I would have raced this year, but unfortunately, I have something called work, so that's a bit unfortunate. I'm afraid I've got to earn some sort of living. So yeah, it's
Yeah, but I must say, I
unfortunate,
mean,
but
on the topic of entering a team, I mean, now I have a little bit more insight as to how the series works and how you should run the teams and whatnot in the series, and what to look out for, what to be careful of. I've sort of learned the ins and outs of this team, of the Le Mans series. I mean, I've learned that through commentating, through driving as well. Oh, there's an Aston Martin off in the turn one, slamming the wall there. That's not good at all for that team. Who is
no.
that? I can't see. But yeah, going back to what I said, I think it's going to make it. Well, we're going to be a foot up when we come in next season, I think. After, and also because I'm on the inside as an RD staff member, I can also grab some inside info for some of the team, for my team, especially. But if I decide that I can't enter my own team and I go and help out another team, I can get some inside info, and maybe get some early mods to test and circuits for the team, so we can have an upper hand.
That's it. I think the car that you might have seen was Nigel Middleton's UKNL car. I'm not 100% certain, but that was the closest to turn one. It's the UKNL car there. But I don't run a team, but one thing I do for my team is what I do if I'm looking for a new driver in particular is always research their background as much as possible.
Yeah,
so you sort of know what they're about. So that's what I've always said to Mike and his team, and he very rarely listens to my advice anyway. But I try and direct him as best I sort of can.
For me, when I'm looking for drivers, I'm looking for character and personality above everything else. If you can drive quick on the track, then perfect. Like with Jimmy, Nick, Kevin, and Soren in the team, they're all great guys. They're all really friendly, lovely to speak to, and fast out in circuit. So you've got to find that balance between this person's lovely to speak to, very helpful for the team. He's not going to be his own individual, but he's going to be a real team player. You've got to look for guys like that. You can't just look for guys who are going to, take everything as their own individual sort of championship, their own individual race. They can't just be looking out for themselves, but they've got to be looking out for the good of the team as well, which is sort of what I base my selections on.
Yeah, 100%. I fully go with that, as I see Matt Richards in the pits for the Daredevils. But yeah, I 100% agree with you what you just said there. You can't have these sort of people in it from themselves sort of thing. I mean, that is what some people get it for. But at the end of the day, you got to do it for the team you race. You got to respect thing you drive for as well, because at the end of the day they agreed to.
Exactly. And I mean, you know, everybody wants to win, right? But you can't, you know, you can't always win by winning all the races. And if you have a team, I'm talking about team championships now.
Yeah.
If you're looking to win the team championships and say you've got a driver in third place, that driver, or say, and later on in the race, and you know, it's only going to take a risky move for that driver to move up in the field. I think, you know, the driver needs to be able to understand that, you know, you can't push any harder, you know, because you're going to make a mistake, you're going to end the race. Rather sit back and take that third place, because I mean, you're doing it for the good of the team. You're doing it so that you can score more points for the team, so you can edge towards that win, you know. And I think you've got to base your decisions on how mature the driver is, and how much experience he's had as well. Which, you know, it's difficult to judge a person's character through a PC screen, but I mean, you can get it right for more than 60-70% of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've just seen a very scary moment there for the also Porsche there, but I'll go back to what you were saying. One of the most level-headed people that I've seen recently was Robert Wietemüller in another league, and I'll tell you what, the level-headedness he had then was absolutely magnificent.
Yeah,
I thought.
Robbie.
I mean, he was in certain battles.
Robbie's an awesome guy.
Yeah. Oh, as well, absolutely. I mean, that is the perfect example, I think, of what you're looking for. You know, your team is sociable, great to talk to. You know, very, very fast. You know, can set up a car very well indeed as well.
Yeah.
So
and he doesn't have
that is the sort of example that you look forward to, and he's very experienced as well.
Exactly.
You know, driving sim racing as well. So that is what I look for, certainly.
The other thing with Robert is he's a really good hard racer as well. I mean, he's clean, but he's not a pushover by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
He's a really, really hard racer, and it's guys like that you know you can go wheel to wheel with, and you can have a great race with. They're not going to have you off.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it really is the all-round package at the moment.
Absolutely, as I saw that Lars Brugman took over the Daredevil's car, so I wish him all the best.
Oh. Yeah, I think that must be the second last stint for them then.
Yeah. Well, I knew Lars was taken over at the car at some point after speaking to him this morning and yesterday, and he was on about doing the final stint, but I don't believe that. Well, he could do the final stint by himself.
He was actually going to do the final stint. I'll actually have to have a look now.
And there's 4 hours and 10 minutes to go now, so I'm not sure it's possible, but you know, it's a long stint for him.
Oh, I see what's happened. Poor Rosenly was supposed to be in the car now, and I don't think he's shown up yet. So
right, okay.
Just decided to get into the car. I don't think Mac can do anymore.
He's probably very tired. I mean, he's been doing a very long stint, but I just see in the pits.
Oh no, wait, whoa. But he's actually in the TeamSpeak channel with him, so maybe with a strategy change or something there with him.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, maybe Per wasn't up to it. You know, he didn't feel up to it. He'd rather do the final stint. Perhaps it's just Lars wanted to get it over and done with. You know, or is it just personal preference sort of thing? You know, doing it now. But yeah, very strange that. But you know, understandable as well. You know, it again shows the teamwork. Maybe Per's off had to crash or something.
Yeah,
you know, anything could have happened. I just noticed in the pits. Yeah, absolutely. But I just noticed in the pits that no limit cut, no limit. Just had a driver swap. Robert Goediker went out the car, and Kristen Page, I think it is. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, but he is in the car now in the GT on Corvette. Oh, and some news in RDLMS Twitter is Attia Kiss is slowly wheeling in David Young in the leading 222 THR car, gaining 3 to 4 seconds per lap. So that's very intriguing, because the gap between those two cars P2 is, well, David Jones done 301 laps, and Attia Kiss has done 300, so this could be very, very interesting. Because I thought THR, personally, would get safe, but now, Fetch is right behind him, and I'm not sure, I think he's going to unlap him. No, sorry, that's not the right person I'm talking about. Attia Kiss has just come up to finish the lap. David Judd is in sector 1, actually. He's going down the big long straight, so there's about a third of a lap between them. So, this is very, very interesting indeed, and potentially, well, if he keeps going at this rate, he will almost certainly catch up to David Judd in the THR car.
Yeah, we also need to take a look in one class, and when Connor will want to sit in the pits, then that's going to be like the third place in the one.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's still Steph Amiel leading in B1 class, but the battle that's intriguing is actually between second, third and fourth, because Pasnicki's done 315 laps in Sky Team Racing. Then the further lap behind it's Jan Wim Ensing in the Sim SRVN car, 314. And Phoenix have just completed on 314 now, so still very close between them. There's a sector. Excuse me, there's a sector between them, between third and fourth. So it's going to be very, very interesting between those three cars. I think personally, and because that could potentially be a freebie back for second place.
Just some interesting info here. Matt Richards in that Daredevil's car was the fastest P2 out on track at that time, and he was on boost 1.
That is incredible, actually. That is very good, because personally I don't know how high you can put the boost up in these cars, but I know that Matt Richards is a very, very, very quick hot lapper. He just doesn't have the best of luck sometimes with racing incidents. Yes, I feel that not sometimes his fault, sometimes not his fault, but he doesn't have the best of luck, put it that way, when it comes to the races. But maybe this is the sort of thing that suits him, you know, not the closed grids, maybe, you know, that bit of space he has, you know, that sort of open track that he has, you know, only the occasional bit of traffic.
Yeah.
Perhaps that suits him better.
Yeah, I think so, maybe. Just getting some more info. Just from Daredevils quickly, so I'm just a bit distracted, sorry.
Okay, I've just seen that Hugo Gomez in the ORM car again has had a problem. It's lost its front nose on that car. They're in the pits now. And they're obviously going to repair that car. Timu Toika has had a problem because he's in the pits. Oh no, maybe he hasn't had a problem, he's just having a pit stop, but could be Phil. I thought he was actually stuck in the garage, but turns out he's just having a normal pit stop, so apologies for that. Anything else happening at the moment on track? At the moment, I'm just going by my spectate mode here, so Team Talk is just leaving the pits. Well, that was very close between Bart and Phelan there. Phelan lets Bart go in the P1 Feeder Sport Poland car. So it's now 4 hours and 5 minutes to go off this race, and I've seen a few things happen since I've come back in the commentary box. Not much, it seems to have settled down since last yesterday evening and through the night, so it seems to have all settled down now. So, but the intriguing battle now is, I believe, between the THR P2 machine and the other car of KISS. Now, I'm not sure what the gap is. I think it's still a lap, but yeah, if you just look on the broadcast now, you can see the standings now on the screen of where everybody is. Big list of where who's in the car, what team, and where they are on the track. Well, don't forget to tweet us at hashtag RDLMS as well with any information, any problems, any incidents on track that you've noticed that we've missed on the broadcast. So, yeah, please, any questions as well, please ask them if you wish.
Okay, so I've got some information from the isn't it? So we found out what the problem was. Per is not in the car currently because of his third stint. I think when Mike Bell had his PC issues earlier, he missed the stint and Poe stepped in to take it. So we might have my coaches down if I need to be later. Currently all I can say is that Poe's not in the car at the moment because it would be a third stint and he has not had any sleep whatsoever.
Okay, so that's interesting there. So that just shows as well that if one thing goes wrong, say like when Mike's computer crashed, it can sort of affect sort of plan that you had for, which driver did what stint, and that just sort of one little thing can really sort of affect who goes where as well. Maybe not such a massive problem, but some people got to reschedule when they wake up, or whatever order they're going in as well. Because slight change can happen there as well.
Yeah, no, and it really throws a spanner into the works because we've got a tight time schedule to stick to. Stuff like this happens. It's difficult to stick to that schedule, and it just becomes difficult to manage everything. You've got so much to think about, and your strategy almost gets ruined a little bit because you prepare the car for the next driver, and if that driver doesn't show up, well then, it just messes with the strategy a lot, and makes it difficult for the guys to sort of keep going consistently and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just checking the lap times between THR P2 and the other car that was involved. I'm just trying to work out the name was. Yeah, it's actually a KISS, and the lap times are stabilised now. So I think David Duke was doing 3-minute 30s and KISS was doing 3:31s. So things are stabilised now to sort of status quo as far as the gap was concerned. That is for sure. I'm just going to have a look as Darren Hume is in the pits in the GT2 Porsche. Just coming out. There we are. Back onto the circuit. Anything else that I can report on at the moment? Oh no, sorry, that was just a bit of lag there. I apologise on my screen. So. Jonathan Luckling is in the pits for the RMI Porsche too, so maybe still missing that bonnet on that car. So there we are. There's just going to be a sort of fuel and tyre stop possibly. That car.
Very interesting on the GT1.
Oh, apparently Thomas.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on. To say also watch out for an upcoming freeway battle for P6 in GT2. So thank you to Thomas Baha, if I'm saying that correctly.
Oh, that's cool.
If I'm saying that incorrectly, I apologise. But I'm just going to look at the battle. As Carl Middleton, I think, has had some sort of a prop. No, he hasn't. So that's just the bit of misinformation there.
I just want to say
P6. Oh, it's between Satellite Racing and Satellite Black Road Racing and potentially RMI Motorsport as well. So
well, that's gonna shape up to be something really, really great because those teams have some really good drivers that can actually race each other quite nicely.
Yeah.
But I'm just seeing here, United X Sim Racing in GT1, second fastest, and they're the only Celine in, and they're actually currently being shown in the world class, but they're the only Celine in the Le Mans today. Obviously in our championship, not in real life, but I mean in the RDLMS, they're the only Celine, which is quite an interesting choice because I mean there's one Lamborghini and one Celine, and everybody else has opted for the Corvette or the Aston Martin. And also there's no Panos down in GT2. The safety car is the only panels out on track. The other cars are all Porsches and Ferraris.
Yeah, when I saw the list, I was a bit disappointed because personally I like the Spiker and I like the panels as well. I like to see variety in leagues, and obviously everyone's perfectly entitled to choose whatever car they like. But I'm wanting to see different shapes, different noises, different cars involved in in a motor race. So I was slightly disappointed when I saw, there's no panels, there's no spikers, only one Celine, only one Lamborghini. Especially being a Lamborghini, I love Lamborghinis as well. So I miss that sort of V12 bellow that car makes as well. That sort of raw
I think it's a
scream it
V10.
makes as well. Is it a V10? Oh, I do apologise. I always thought it was a V12
We've just been joined
Lamborghini.
by. Sorry, yeah, we've just been joined by Matt Richards. So Matt, can you just
Oh,
tell us
hello, Matt.
what's been going on? What's the issues?
What isn't the issue? Generally,
No.
just in a good stint. Just hoping to improve and get further up into the P2 field now towards the end of the race. We have the pace, and we worked out that without the hour of penalties that we have, we would actually be on the podium in P2, maybe even in the lead. So a little bit of a disappointment for us, but at the end of the day, we're doing the race for fun, and we're going to finish.
Well, it's a
Yeah, well, I should hope
disappointment
so,
there,
because,
obviously.
I should hope so, because
Sorry.
it's been such a long race, and to have to give it all up now would just be it'll be a real shame.
Exactly.
Just one bit of news I'll just point out is James Johnson's pitted in the THR car, so Satellite Racing have overtaken them on the track. They're now down to P7 now, THR P1, so they'll be obviously looking to re-overtake them, because James Johnson, when he was in the channel, he did say that was his aim, to beat Satellite Racing. So actually James Johnson's stuck in the pits. So they've had some sort of problem. I don't think it's disconnection. I think that was an incident that he had in the car. So
We did actually, at the start of my stint, when I did my first pit stop, in the stint that I've just done, when I came into the pits, my pit was requested, I had everything set up, and then I came into the box, and then it just didn't do anything. It didn't change tyres, it didn't lift the car up, and it didn't change fuel. And because I had run the car as far as I could get it without running out of fuel, I had to escape, and then obviously we had an extra 6-minute penalty, so I think a few people may have suffered from that kind of glitch, or maybe just that they've brought some damage into the pit lane that can't be repaired.
Yeah, I think. But the other thing with this penalties this round is I feel that they've been a little bit inconsistent. Because sometimes it's a 10-minute penalty, sometimes it's a 6-minute penalty, and the times are constantly changing, so it makes it difficult for people to plan when they do get a penalty. Just to plan ahead.
yeah, I agree.
I just want to mention. Sorry, I just want to mention quickly.
Sorry, carry on.
Okay, yeah, I just want to mention
Carry on.
quickly.
Carry on.
Black Road Racing's GT2 Porsche. Currently on the broadcast, it's showing a black, red, and white car, but in fact, they made it a sort of an Simonson tribute and a Le Mans tribute to for this round. They made a tribute skin, and I've just realized that on the broadcast it doesn't show up, but they've made a brilliant sort of grey, orange, white Le Mans livery. It's got RDLMS logo on the side of it, and they've got a Danish flag on the front of it as well. But I mean, it's a shame to not be able to see that in the sim and on the broadcast. I mean, it's a beautiful car to look at.
Yeah, indeed, it's a very nice looking car with Venice currently in the car. I've just noticed something. I don't know if you said this already, Xavier, but all the GT2 cars that are running are all Porsches.
Oh, at the moment, there was a couple of Ferraris, and maybe they've been because I know there was an issue with one of the Ferraris where there was some unsafe overtakes, so he might have been kicked off.
Yeah, essentially, yeah, all 10 GT2 cars that are running there, all Porsches. So, or
Oh,
all
that's
listening to that flat 6.
that's really interesting. Hmm.
I will say that
Ferrari,
that Porsche is a very nice car to drive.
yeah.
I think I did more practice. I think I did more practice in the
I drove the
Porsche
Ferrari
GT2.
around. Oh, sorry about this, but Hugo Gomez has only got 3 wheels on the car, and he's having a disaster. He's spun through the pit lane. I don't even get up on the broadcast, but he's only got 3 wheels on the car. He's got tremendous damage on the car.
I can speak from experience there. Running with 3 wheels to the pit lane, trying to fix that, the crew will not fix your car. He's gonna have to press escape and serve a penalty.
He tried to brake for the pit lane, but of course he's only got 1 front brake on that car, so the car just spun, and he had to go for the gravel. And yeah, some serious issue there on that car. So date on my screen, but obviously he's not. So the ORM new car had another problem, and this time it's a far more serious problem they've had in that car. So I don't know whether I think he must have to go back in the pits. He's only got 3 wheels, and he's trying to get in the pit box.
Sorry, David. I just read a funny comment from Bramlingfeld there in the chat, saying he's got a 7-minute penalty for crashing into the wall. #YOLO.
Oh no, that's not. Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course, we saw the incident. I think as well. If that's the same incident he's talking about, then I did catch it on the broadcast. So, well, I caught it. I don't know if the broadcast caught it, but I saw the incident. So that's very unfortunate.
It's a rejoin penalty where he's pressed escape. So obviously he's had too much damage on that car after hitting the wall and had to press escape.
Yep. So what I should do now is if I go through the top 3 of each class, because I haven't done that for a little while. So it's still the RC France car leading P1 with Steph Amaral in the car. And Scoic Team Racing 2nd place in the class with SRVN in 3rd place at the moment. And in P2 we have still THR leading the race, and now with Jesper Tarborg in the car. They got a safe pair of hands now just to take it through the next stint with Atia Kiss in the Simco cars. 2nd place with Hull Team Racing Hungary in 3rd with Peter Darusi Kiss car. And in GT1 we got the another RC car leading the race with Baptiste Bueno Don. I apologise if I say that incorrectly. With Neyland Motorsport in 2nd place and LDDT Endurance Team. No, sorry, that's incorrect. Simco Hungarian team in 3rd place. And last but not least, it's GT2. I'll go through with Sim Race of Holland still leading comfortably in the class by 7 laps. They're leading by in that class with ORM Corsa in 2nd place with Marco Felix in the car and Brigitte also in 3rd position. Still 40 cars running around Le Mans at the moment. Have you got anything you want to discuss, Xavier? Have you got anything on your mind that you want to discuss in real racing terms or on the racetrack now?
Something I would like to discuss is that I'm loving the diversity here or in the Le Mans series this year with the RDLMS that is, with a whole bunch of people coming from leagues from all over the web, from all over the sim racing community. Currently I'm watching James Knowles in the car, and I know him from another endurance series that I run in another league, which is, it's great to see all of these guys coming across and supporting RD.
Yeah, 100%. I know, particularly I'm looking for the list, and I know Hungary has also had a very good sim racing background, but it's nice to see a lot of Hungarian teams and Polish teams come over as well. Obviously, Netherlands, they've always had a strong background in sim racing as well.
Yeah.
It's just people from all over the world taking part in this event, and obviously that's like the real Le Mans series, Le Mans race as well. So always great to see that, I think. So people all over the world just turn up to this event and obviously put a great show on, and great to see, I think.
You know, it is great to see. I mean, you know, I think everybody wants support, and everybody wants everybody to be involved in their championships, and everybody wants to be, wants people to be involved with their organizations, and it's cool to see that everybody's sort of linked together and supporting each other, and not really bad mouthing each other, and you know, they're actually trying to get their members to lift each other up and work together, and you know, just it just shows the unity between sim racers and the sim racing community.
Yep, I 100% agree with that. There's one thing I did miss earlier, and that's that SRVN have retaken third position from in the P1 class from the I can't remember the name now. Here we are, Phoenix Motorsport. Sorry, I apologise about that, but they've retaken the place, I believe. So that's back to where it was a few laps ago. DHR still leading in the class. So I'll just read the tweets and any comments. And yeah, it's just that saying yes, Vitalpa will be back in the THR car. And we'll see a change in the P6 in GT2 in a moment's time. So I better watch that battle.
Well, we're currently watching one of the Aston Martins in the GT1 class. I just want to see which one it is. Yeah, it's Nigel Middleton in the UK NL racing car. They're not really the fastest. They're actually the second slowest GT1 car, which is actually quite surprising because that UK NL team is normally sort of on the pace of everyone else, but currently they're about 2 seconds off the Rare Endurance team with Richard Blocker in the car. That's really surprising.
Well, I was speaking to Alvin Neves earlier this morning, and he said that both cars have had problems with disconnections. So I know I was watching that. I saw that car yesterday. They had a couple of disconnects, and the P2 car also had a couple of disconnections through the night. So they've had some problems during this event, for both cars, which is disappointment for them. That is for certain. We'll keep an eye to see if there's any battles on track. We'll better have a look at the GT2 battle or P6, which is where was it? Blackway Racing and Satellite. They're both having a race together, so I'm going to see how close they are on track.
Yeah, we were actually watching that battle shape up on the broadcast, and we swapped over to the Aston. But yeah, all four Porsches are running together there, and it's actually looks what's shaping up to be a really nice battle. But I mean, to be honest, Venice has been chased down, and I think he'll be passed pretty soon by Butch Davis. It's been coming, and Gilles Dehaan's behind him as well. It's been a long time coming, and they've slowly been taking the gap out of Venice, and Venice has been dropping back to Felix. So yeah, I think not going to be an easy one for him to. Oh, Jasper Torbo's coming through there as well. It's not going to be an easy one for Venice to defend.
Oh, and Butch Davis has gone off straight into the wall. But he's lost the front bonnet. So
right, well, that's one down for Venice.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure how hard he hit the wall. He might be able to get away with that.
Where did so Butch Davis is out, but where's the other car that was following? The other Porsche. Where's Gilles Dehaan?
Gilles Dehaan. He's still there. He's still there. He's a bit behind Venice. He must have had enough as well.
He's lost quite a bit of time from Venice. I mean, he was right in the back of him.
Yeah. I think he might have had it as well, because he's lost his front bonnet as well, and the splitter.
Yeah, oh, the Gilles is still going, so I mean, it can't be too bad. But I mean, Gilles is right on the back of Venice, and I don't think Venice is going to be able to defend much longer. I think Gilles will take him within the next couple of laps. It'll be quite comfortable for him, I think.
Yeah, did all, and I see the it's like racing team P1 car enter the pits with Hasnicki, I believe.
Whoa! Some news. Lars Bruchmann has just been. Oh no! Lars Bruchmann's been
Oh
knocked
my
off.
goodness!
He's just been knocked off. I'm trying to see the replay of what happened.
Oh, what I think happened is he's had an incident because on my replay he's got all his car's perfectly fine. Comes out the second chicane. There's a bit of lag on my screen, but then he has no front splitter, no front nose, no rear wing. So that is going to handle like a dog, basically, now for the rest of the lap, and that is going to set them back. Daredevil.
He's actually had to press escape, and he's had to serve a penalty, I think. Or is that just my camera playing games? No, that's just my.
He's still going on my screen. Still going. He's in sector 2 now. So he's just going, obviously taking his time because he's got a lot of damage on that car. So yeah, it's going to be a massive setback. I'm not sure whether it's just to press escape and have a brand new car, or just to get the damage repaired, because there's so much damage on that car.
Yeah, no, there's no rear wing on it.
No, not at all.
And there's no front splitter. Wow, that's pretty much like driving a Formula Ford, nearly.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, just with a much bigger engine and a lot scarier as well. He's going to have to take his time through this bit because there's no front splitter. And he's running. Oh, he almost went off the track there.
Apparently, it was a similar thing to what happened in one of the Astons in during the Le Mans, where they whipped around and smashed the barrier.
Oh right, okay. Oh, he's near the pits now.
I think he tried to avoid one of the slower cars ahead and just spun it, and well, he's hit the barrier quite hard there. Lucky not to lose any wheels. Lucky just to lose the bodywork, because that can be fixed quite easily. Maybe a bit of suspension damage.
Yeah, so the closest car to them from behind is the. I have seen the car somewhere. Just trying to find where Daredevil's is. There they are, P2. The closest challenger is SRS at the moment, so they're a few laps behind, I believe. They're 4 laps behind at the moment, so if they get the damage repaired, they'll probably just come out ahead. But if they
at least I can see at least that the car is being repaired in the pits, and they don't have to press escape, which is pretty.
Oh, and there's another car coming down the pit lane as well with front end damage as well.
Is that front end damage?
Hugo Gomez again.
Oh, it is. It is.
Done exactly the same, pretty much this time without the spectacular coming into the pits.
I've got some news as to how the incident happened. Lars was saying that there was a lapping P2, so Lars went wide and he collected another driver accident.
Alright, so the complete sort of accident there, but he's always the trait has had a bin at least coming out of the pits with cold tyres. I'm not sure whether he hit the wall. Oh, he might have done damage on the back of that car. Yeah, that's the thing, is sort of like opposite. It could have been just kind of.
Oh, Brookman's already out of the pits. Sorry, Brookman's already out of the pits. That was a quick stop.
That was a quick stop. Whether he got all the damage repaired in that stint, or just like the major stuff, obviously the wing, the splitter, and the nose on that car. So, well, he's just come out behind the car that's trying to chase him down. Must be 3 laps behind him now. And we are now joined by Darryl Russell. I'm in the chat room, so how are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Feeling very tired.
So I assume you've done the night stint, shall I put it that way? The night stint for these cars, or your team?
No, let's have a look. After the restart at night, for me, I had some sort of problems, and basically I got involved in a collision with one of the GTs in the formation lap just before the green, so I had to go and pit. But when I went to the pit, I had some problems trying to get back on the track, and it took about several attempts trying to rejoin because for some reason it was showing my name as disqualified. So I had to do a late call for one of my teammates to hop in the car, do a lap to clear the disqualification, and it dropped us right down. We lost a lot of time and a lot of laps. I think we're now about 11 laps down from the leaders and about 5 behind from the guy ahead of us. But we're still running. I say we had about 5, I think, rejoin penalties. But I'll just come online now just to ask what the situation is as regards to the race. Is it going to be going on for the next 8 hours, or we're going to be finishing at 12 o'clock?
It'll be finishing unscheduled at 12 o'clock because I think they every time they reset the server, they reset it at the normal daytime it should have been. And the timing app does also tell us what time it will be ending. And actually, let me take a look at the timing app now so I can tell you exactly what time we're in.
Well,
but I do know. Yeah, we've still got. Oh, okay, yeah, no, the timing app's got it wrong. It tells us it's 8 hours. No, we will be ending at 12 o'clock on schedule.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, around 3 or 4 hours left.
yeah, it should be 3 hours and just shy of 3 hours 40 minutes. It should be finishing. So yeah. So that is the time update. So I'll just keep it. I'll just see if we got any questions. Battle for P3 and LMP1. 1 or 2 seconds apart are the 2 cars that are being involved. So I assume that is the not Feeder Sport Polo. That was the Skype Racing team, I believe. At least I believe it was. I'll just double check on the standings. Oh no, sorry, it's Phoenix versus Simray SRVN. I'll just try and have a look at that car now. And there it is, yes indeed. On my screen, I just come down a long straight.
Well, we're currently watching Phoenix Motorsports Ricardo Azevedo in the LMP1 car there on the broadcast going down the Molzan to the first chicane. He actually takes it really quickly, wow.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of grip you get from these cars, so obviously the downforce helps an awful lot in the P1 and P2 cars, so but they're always on the edge of adhesion, these cars. Looking at the standings, I don't see any change at the top of the top 3 for each standings of these classes at all. I can't see any because it's still the same. Yeah, it's still exactly the same for each class. The standings, the top 3, so as it was last time I read them out. So obviously, it's going to be there's a few battles going out on track at the moment, but not a lot to report apart from that. Apart from the few incidents.
Yeah, I think currently everything's sort of settled. We're at that stage where everyone's like, well, you know, we've just got to finish now, instead of push all out and go for the win. Of course, the guys who are leading will be pushing for the win, but I mean, the guys that, you know, the guys that are quite far down are probably just like, you know, we've made it this far. There's no need to risk anything and just win it now.
Well, I'm delighted to say that joining us in the booth, and I hope he doesn't mind me calling this, because I've been wanting to say this for a long time, is Rocket Ron Squire.
Hello everyone, I'm
How are you
back.
doing?
Yes, I'm fine at the moment. I'm only here for only about 15 minutes or so because I got another league to attend to, but I can spare some time with you for about a few minutes to commentate on the some of the broadcasts with you. So as we were.
Okay, thank you for joining us, and I'll be heading off in a few minutes' time, anyways. But I'll just assess you the situation that we've had. I don't know when you last come in, Ron, but we've had a couple of server crashes along the way during the night. But for the last couple of hours that I've been doing this, everything seems to be going smoothly on the track. There's Mike Smolczewski's in the pits, just filling up with fuel and tyre change, I assume. So
Hang on, there's a bit of an issue here, I think. I don't know what's happened, but Birminghamfeld. Whoa. Hang on, let's get this right.
oh my
Intel
goodness,
doesn't
yeah.
really hold it. Birminghamfeld is just sitting there, stationary, almost to the wall. What's going on there?
And the engine's turned off as well, so I'm not sure if it was a similar situation to what happened earlier, because there was another car, I believe it was the Disturbed Motorsports car, parked just about 20 metres up the road, doing exactly the same thing. It just parked and just stopped there, the engine turned off. So I'm not sure if that's the same thing, but that's a very strange place to park. That is for sure. I don't know if Jimmy Hughes, well, he's not here at the moment, but I'm not sure if he can give me an insight. I'll just ask him what's going on. He'll hear in another channel.
I think he might have had the same problem as a lot of the drivers have been having throughout this event, which is the black screen that plagues the drivers. Basically, you just can't see anything. You know, you want to fix everything as soon as you can, because if you have to press escape, you've got that penalty, of course. So I think he's trying to work around it. But yeah, no, that's definitely not good for him.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, indeed. So I see Carl Middleton in the NMP2 car in the pits also, and Jan Pollet, if that's pronounced correctly. Which, if it isn't, I apologise. And he's just come out of the pits actually right now, so...
I see UKNL is gaining on the F1 car ahead of them, Reece Sondag in that F1 car, Lamborghini. I'm currently watching the Aston Martin of George Pole in the UKNL GT1 car, chasing down the F1 car's Lamborghini. And he's bearing down on them really quickly, so maybe there's an issue for Zondag. Maybe there's an issue for Zondag in the car. We're not quite sure, but yeah, he's closing down on him quite fast.
I'm going to check so, because I'm not sure whether it's 2 hours 40 to go or 3 hours 40, so I'm just going to check, because I should have really checked first when this race actually finished. Was it 1 o'clock GMT?
I think it is 2 hours. I think it must be 2 hours 40 or 2 hours 35.
Yeah, just by some of the comments and probably some of the stick I'm getting in the chat then. So yeah, 2 hours 40 to go, so I do apologise for saying 3 hours 40. So that. Anyway, I have got to do something called work now. Get ready for work now. So thank you, Xavier, and thank you to everybody. Thank you, Ron, and thank you to everybody who's come in the channel. It's been a pleasure doing this. Sorry for any information that was incorrect or wrong. So I'll leave in the very capable hands of Ron and Xavier, and for me, best luck to everybody taking part, and thank you for listening to my to our commentary. So take care, everybody, and goodbye.
Yeah, thank you, David. So currently, I think we've just seen, we've got Quinodon bearing down on George Pole in the Aston Martin. You can see that on the broadcast. And we've got, further back, we've got Craig Hume being hassled by another one of the Porsches. Can't quite see who that is, or is Craig Hume hassling the Porsche in front of him? I think Craig Hume is hassling the Porsche in front of him. So we've got two very nice battles shaping up here. Oh, yeah, Darren Hugh and I think that's Guppin in that car. He's going to be passing him quite shortly, and there goes Quinodon past George Pole. Oh, so Van Hungerfeld is now out of that Roaring Past Maniacs car, and Jimmy Hughes is now in the car, which is, I wonder what kind of issues they were having. Alright, so we've just received some confirmation that the race will end at 12:30 GMT, which is, in fact, in 3 hours. So apologies to everybody if we sent out the wrong information. Sorry if we're being a bit quiet at the moment, but there's not a lot of stuff that we can really shout around about. There's 1 or 2 battles going on track, but we can't currently see that on the broadcast. So we need to... we're just trying to look around to see what kind of interesting things are happening on track, so that we can point it out to you, the viewers. Is that Papin coming up onto the back of George Pole? Yes, it is. It's Pascal Papin in the Monster Energy Endurance Racing, that skin that's been that Alan Simonson inspired skin, and they're chasing down George Pole. I think that they are in fact nearly 10 laps ahead of George Pole, so they should be going around it quite easily. And yeah, we were speaking about it earlier about how some of the teams have had some bad luck throughout this race, and are now sitting like 10 laps back at least. And I think it's great that they're persevering and not just giving up. And they're carrying on with the race, and they see the bigger picture that it's all about finishing. It's not just about winning. Yeah, and just as I predicted, Papin has gone past George Pole quite easily there. But George Pole is still pounding down the gap between himself and the F1 cast Lamborghini there, with Marie Sondag in it. And I just want to take a look at what the gap is between them, so that I can inform you properly. Right, so GT1 we have, there we go, UKNL F1 cast. The gap, oh, the last gap, wow, that can't be right. Oh no, it is, okay, yeah, it's not 3 minutes, it's in fact 13 seconds between the UKNL car and the F1 cast racing car. So yeah, UKNL could be, oh, okay, now hang on. UKNL are also about 7 or 8 laps behind the F1 cast racing car of Marie Sondag, so I don't quite know why we're receiving information saying that they're gonna pass them, because they won't. That gap will literally just be, if they get past them, just to unlock themselves.
Right, I'm just going to read the timings at the moment for the remaining. Is it 2 hours left or so?
3.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. 3 hours left of the Race Department Le Mans 24 hours, and Mike mentioned last night that the timings for the top 2 have been mixed up, hasn't they? Because he told me there were. So in that moment we have Tom McKev leading ahead of Steph Emile, who, as you may remember from yesterday, had a superb running, and had a superb running as well during the graveyard shift. Robert De Jong behind him for SRVN. Behind him is Ricardo Asvendo for Phoenix Motorsport. The feeder Sport Poland behind them is Conrad Barr, ahead of Scotland's very own Ryan Walker in Satellite Racing. Then it is the THR of Jesper Talborg. Then it is Attila Kiss in the Simco Hungarian team. In 9th place overall is James Johnson for THR in P1. And rounding up the top 10 is Hell Racing Team Hungary's Peter Saruskis. Fastest lap done so far is, if I can find it, fastest lap of the 24 hours so far, because it might have restarted again during the night, is by surprisingly Phoenix Motorsport with a 3 minutes 18.066.
I think the fastest time that's been registered on the server at the moment is by Phoenix Motorsport, and that's 3 minutes 18, nearly 3 minutes 18 flat. The next car, of course, is Stefan Emile in the RC France racing team. They have done a time that is 2/10 slower than that, but there have been quicker lap times throughout this event. It's just with the server restarts, we lose those times. The server doesn't keep a backup of the information like that, and it's a pity, because we're sort of being fed. We're not being fed the true information. must say there's a lot of people that have sort of come forward in the chat and with their tweets saying that they would like to enter into next season's RDLMS or into some of these sim racing events. We've even had some people saying, "Oh, this looks really cool. Let's actually want to give sim racing a go." That for me is sort of why we host these events, why we broadcast them, so we can show people how seriously it is and how fun it can be. And it's just great to get that kind of feedback.
Yeah, it is. Just having a look at a couple of tweets. Wayne Reed says, "Good morning, all. Good morning to you too." Nicholas Lathan said, "Might try for the race department Le Mans series next year. Maybe the season if I can do it. Lols." 2 from Thomas Baha. Ricardo just pitted the Phoenix. Phoenix at 104. 107 got third position. Good luck on them. I do apologise for that. We've been told by the race department that we should check out the alternative timing thing, which was much more good, but though we'll be fine for the moment. And 2 from SRVN. If it all goes well, Robin de Jong will finish the race for the SRVN P1, and Yuri Geisen has taken over from Jordan at
Just on the
GT2.
topic of drivers taking over, Leopard Racing I think had a disconnect, and Ludovic Tajli is now coming, Tegli I think, has just come into the car and is now currently battling Marco Felix. Oh, this is going to be tight. Oh, that was close. But yeah, Ludovic Tegli back in the car now. It's a pity to see cars disconnecting and having to set penalties at this stage of the race. Oh, and I'm not quite sure what's been happening, but I think sorry about that, but I think I'm either losing connection or the server has frozen because I'm not getting anything on my feed. Oh, okay. The server has not frozen. I was just having a bit of lag. Sorry about that. Just try to get my feedback up again. Sorry, I'm just getting my feedback up. Guys, I just want to reiterate the point that we are in fact still running this race for another 2 hours and 40 minutes. I think we have added an extra half an hour or so to, just because of the server disconnects and the server crashes. So from the hour mark, from this hour coming, I think, or the next hour, I'm not quite sure, we will start the 1 hour countdown. Okay, yeah, no, sorry. When there's 1 hour to go, we will start a 1 hour countdown, then a 30 minutes countdown, 15 minutes countdown, etc., etc. So yeah, just keep a lookout. We will be doing a countdown for you guys so that you do know when the final hour is. I think we've just lost Ron. We've been having a couple of disconnect issues here in the broadcast box, the commentary box. Just trying to get my feedback up so I can see what's going on out on track. Okay, so my feed is now back up. Now I can see what's going on. I think we are watching the Feeder Sport Poland car going around the circuit. Yes, we are. With Conrad Barr in that car. I'm not quite sure if he's chasing anyone. I haven't seen live timing for a while. Maybe Ron, if you are on the live timing page, you can tell me where Conrad Barr is and if he is chasing down anyway.
I'll go and check now. Conrad Barr. Let's see if I, so Conrad.
Feeder Sport Poland.
Yeah, Conrad Barr is not chasing, but being chased after by Ryan Walker on the live timing. But the car in front of him is the Phoenix Motorsport of Ricardo Avesto. So which is just about over 2 minutes in front of. So it's going to be a little bit. It's going to be very difficult for Conrad Barr to catch up to him within the remaining less than 3 hours left.
Yeah. Oh, and that was close from Conrad Barr nearly connecting Brandon Warren there. Brandon Warren not happy about that. Oh, and he goes for a bit of a dive bomb on Yuri Bison into that corner. That's not a corner that you want to be doing that. I mean, you can end your race almost instantly there. Heading onto the Mulsanne straight now, we'll just see. He's heading off quite quickly. He's got some pretty good lines, does Conrad Barr, I must say. See how he does it through the chicane. See if he can go through there quite quickly. He's now got to negotiate the Porsche and the Aston Martin. He's now got to negotiate the Aston Martin of sorry, who's that? Of Van Doren. And then straight after that, been giving Van Doren a couple of bumps, and he's run off, but he's sort of saved it, luckily. Well, he can't be unhappy with that. He should have been a bit more patient, in my view. Yeah, he's now chasing down the Skype Team Racing car of Shpaniak.
Just having a look at the tweets now, and Thomas Bearhair said reported driver swap issues for Simcoe LMP2. Telekis couldn't get out apparently, so unfortunately they might have to exit the game, enter with a new driver, and as a result do a 6 minute or 6 to 7 minute penalty, and then just go out and do the remaining couple of hours left.
Yeah, I see Florian Bresson has just come back into the server, and I think Florian Bresson races for RC France, so Stefan Miel must be coming out of the car then.
So who's...
I could be wrong though, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I am, but I think he's racing for RC France.
Well, if Stefan Miel does get out of the car for RC France, I would switch it to Jimmy Dion, who would just let Emil back into the car for the graveyard shift, or would it be Rafael Bosradis, who had a good stint, but we didn't see much action come from him. So we might have to find out.
Heritage has been consistent this race, and he's been doing some pretty fast lap times, and keeping it out of the wall and not making too many mistakes. But yeah, I would definitely go and put Heritage back in the car if we had to. But I think it's Florian Bresson. I can't remember who Florian Bresson races for, but I think it's RC France.
Yeah. Right, guys, I've got another league to go up to, so unfortunately this is when I bow out. So I just want to thank you for supporting me throughout this event, and thank you for helping me just try and sign off before the graveyard shift. Thanks to some of my commentators I had with me today, Mr. Xavier Carvalho, Mike Bell, Scott Woodwis, and many other teams of drivers that spent their time coming in. And yes, I'll I might see you soon, if not later. But I just need to pop up to the other league known as the top R Factor F1 league in the world, known as FSR. So I'll see you then. Until then, bye bye.
Thank you, Ron. And unfortunately, this is the end of my time as well, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure commentating on this event with you both yesterday and this morning. I will definitely be seeing you guys in Season 5 of the RDLMS. Hopefully, we'll be having a lot of new guys in the series as well. It's been a pleasure commentating on the series. It's been a pleasure driving in this race. I think Mike Bell might be coming back into the commentary booth a little bit later, as will Dan Marr for the end stint to take you guys through to the end of the race. We might see David Carter coming back if he gets back from work early. But otherwise, if you guys are feeling that the broadcast is a little bit silent, pop into the broadcast channel and just help us out a little bit. Give some commentary, just say a few words, and it doesn't have to be much, but yeah, just definitely pop on here and just say a few words and just give comments on how the race has been going and what it's been like from your view. But yeah, this is the end of my stint for today, and I had a real pleasure commentating with you guys, or commentating with the commentators that I did my stints with, which was Scott Woodward, James Kirk, Ron Squire, and Michael Bell for a short time. So thank you to all of you guys, and it's been a real pleasure. And this is me for Season 4, signing off. Thank you, and goodbye.
Hello everyone, I am back in the commentary booth for the remainder of the 24-hour event. Some of you might know me, some of you might don't. I am the one and only Mr. Ronald Squire. Now, we've only just about got a couple of... Yeah, the timings on here is wrong, but I believe we got less than an hour left, I presume? Yes, less than an hour left, and here are the timings at the moment. Let me just pop up the alternative things, alternative timings at the moment. Do excuse me. Okay, here we are. So this is the live timing, and well, basically it's the same, but much more brilliant. Well, much more insightful. Here are the remaining cars in P1 at the moment, which is only 8 cars left. The leader is Jimmy Dion ahead of Christian Nailepa in the Skype team racing. Then we got to the SRVN of De Jong. Behind them is the Phoenix Motorsport of Mr. Jordan Weeks. Then we have the Vida Sport Poland of Mahastus Bogost. Then we got Ryan Walker in the Satellite Racing, followed in the P1 category by James Johnson, who's behind the P2 car of David Junt of the same team. And in 8th place, just behind the P2 car in 5th position, and in front of the P2 car in 6th position is Mr. Helio Phopes in the P1 ROM new car. Now, here are the remaining cars in P2, in the P2 category. David Junt still leads from Adam Kunn, then it is Agnes Delgren, and it is Janos Helgveri, then it is Tiagos da Costa. Then we got Terry Sean, that is Stephen Pobbles, and we have got Matt Richards in the Dead Devils Racing, Jan Palais in the LDDT Endurance team, and Ben Warren for SRS. In the GT1, wait a minute, we've got one more in the P2 category, Ben Russell for DR Motorsports, just behind a GT2 car and just in front of a GT1 car. Bit mixed up there. Let's have a look at the GT1 category. Baptist Quendion leads for RC.co.uk racing team. Then it is the No Limit Motorsports of Christian Fedge. Daniel Toff for Semco Hungarian team is in 3rd. 4th position is Johan van Duren. Then it is Felipe Marti. So Philip or like that, yeah. Marty for Monster Energy Endurance ahead of a Skype team racing the GT1 of Maciej Szczepaniak. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Then it is the United X Sim Racing of Thomas Patch ahead of Ernest Johanssons. Then it is Bram Wieland in the F1 Cast Racing Lamborghini Murcielago. We got then the UKNL Racing Aston Martin of Nigel Middleton, whose brother Carl Middleton was doing well, and then we have Jimmy Hughes in the Roaring Pipes Maniacs. Now the rest of them is the GT2 category, and these are the leaders for the GT2 category. Robin van Vertigol for Sim Racing for Holland is in 1st. Then we've got Marco Felix, Ruby Cuppin, and looks like Ben Russell's just got ahead of Marco Felix. Sorry to interrupt you there. Yeah, Ben Russell in the P2 category just past Marco Felix. Okay, so yeah, let's get on with it. Then we've got Rudy Cuppin for Brigata also in 3rd place. 4th position goes to Dalwood Moskowitz. I'm sorry about that, and looks like we've got swapping positions for Shepaniak and Patch. Thomas Patch has been overtaken by Sebastianiak. The United X Sim Racing goes up to 6th in category, but 24th overall. Now let's get back to the standings. We got David Moskowitz for Sim Racing PL team. Then we got the SRVN of Yuri Geisen. Then we've got Jeff Cable for Satellite Racing. The MRI Motorsport Porsche by Roy Magnus. Then it is the DR Motorsport of Greg Hall. Then it is the Florian Bosson in the Black Road Racing car. Then we got the 2 backmarkers by the names of Team Arm Motorsport of Damon Patel and the Scuderia Bolas Negro Ferrari of Roger DeClean. So those are the remaining drivers at the moment, and we've only less than 3/4 of an hour to go. We'll see if we can get. If anybody wants to come along into the chat box, now is a good time to do so. Anyone who's not racing, or a driver, or a team manager who has time on his hands to have a talk, now is the time to do it. Yeah, so it's been a good event, but we had plenty of accidents in the during the night, during the graveyard shift, and everyone's going well so far. Just viewing on the broadcast now, just viewing the R-seat front car of Jimmy Dion. Well, he's just doing well. He and the other 2 drivers, Stefan Meal and Rafael Bostristis, who's R-seat France has been on a flyer. At the beginning of the race, they had a fight with for first position with one of the other P1 cars, if I can find it on the screen. Yeah, they had a fight with one of the P1 cars in the, I believe it was the Phoenix, it was the Phoenix Motorsport team, with someone else at the wheel. But right now he's got Jordan Weeks at the wheel, and they're just getting on with it. And everything is doing good at the moment. And we might need to leave the commentary booth soon, because some of the commentators and the broadcasters are getting ready to broadcast for the FSR World Trophy event, which is on in about a couple of minutes' time. If anybody wants to watch the FSR instead of the last couple of minutes of this fantastic event, then you can just go over to formula-simracing.net, or if you want to keep watching this and stay where you are, do not click anything. This is the last stream, 7 of 7 of the Race Department Le Mans series, the last ever event using R Factor 1 by Race Department. and what a great send-off it is to be. So I'm still viewing this on the broadcast as I'm viewing this on the broadcast because I can't be bothered with R-Factor 1 anymore because it keeps the episode too long. But I can view on the broadcast that the RC France car is going past one of the SRVN Porsches, just going past the start and finish line now. We got a couple of tweets from Mark Beadle saying, "For those who are slowly running out of fuel, short shifting is the solution." Thank you very much, Mark, for that. Now, some people will hopefully just get on with it. Now, let's just have a look at some more tweets. We got one from Daredevils Racing SRVN. We have the same bad luck, Magnets. It's such a shame that a lot of the teams have had it, and the performance is great. Thank you very much, Daredevils. As previously mentioned, Daredevils is probably one of the most dedicated teams in the Race Department Le Mans series. As when mentioned at the beginning of the week that this already been mentioned earlier that they've been using the truck simulator Euro Truck Simulator number 2 by SCS software to use a truck which was designed by one of the drivers, Welshman and driver Matt Richards, to transfer to the virtual racetrack in Le Mans in France, and we just want to give a shout out to Matt Richards. If you're watching this on a broadcast, well done to you, and well done to the team so far. But we only got about nearly half an hour left, so basically we still got much more time left to contend with. As I see on the broadcast, well, the of Jimmy Dion just going past, I believe is one of the Team Mark cars. No, it's actually, well, I don't know what Porsche that is. Just going past there. Just here, I can see him on the broadcast going up to Indianapolis. But though some people already know that he's already gone past Indianapolis. As I said, I can't be bothered with R-Factor because my R-Factor on my end is a little bit slow at the moment. Right, so I'm just having a look on the chat board, and Andrew wants to know how much sleep I've had during this time to here. Well, I went to bed just after 2 o'clock. I woken up at 10, so let's just say let's just say I actually had the recommended 8 hours sleep. And yeah, it's going well so far. And despite having too much coffee yesterday, because Bram was handing out too much coffee all around, do apologise for that. But though, yeah, very energetic, as Andrew Ford says. Andrew says, "I'm just doing great. I'm just knackered. Yeah, a little bit knackered." And just joining us in the commentary booth now is one of the Team Motorsports drivers, Rue Martins. Hello, Rue.
Hello, how are you, Ron?
I'm fine. So, tell us, how was your race so far?
Oh, it's been really difficult. We have been having a lot of issues. Right at the beginning, James had a couple of incidents which were not his fault at all, but he lost a lot of time. Then, and as if it wasn't enough, the engine blew up right at the beginning of the race. We had to lose a couple of laps serving the penalty. Then it was okay, I took over the car. As I was driving, I had a couple of issues too. My wheel broke loose from the desk. I had to drive with a loose wheel and trying to attach them as I go. Then we had a bad news for our team. Our fourth driver, Tom Watts, wasn't going to be able to race, so we are going to had to split the time by the three of us, and it was a bit harder for all of us. Then Damon took the car. He also had an incident and lost a wheel, so another penalty. Then I took over the car again to fill in one of Tom's stints, and we had that server crash. At the restart, I had a good battle with the Brigato Orso car, but it ended soon as I needed to pit to do a scheduled driver swap so that James could do the graveyard shift. Damon entered the car after James to fill in another of Tom's stint. Then I entered the car again, and now Damon is on the car again. We also had a disconnection issue when I was swapping with James, so another penalty, and a couple of laps ago Damon also lost control and hit the wall and lost another wheel, so another penalty. It's being a really tough. We were thinking that we could do a better result, but these small issues are really delaying us.
Right, one more question before before I let you go. That Damon Patel is in the car. How is his race coming along at the moment?
It's not very bad. He is having a good pace. He's lapping consistently. It was just that problem with the loss of the wheel that set him back a little bit. Otherwise, we could be closer to the Black Road Racing car.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rue, and just hope for the best for the next half an hour or so.
Okay, thank you. See you.
Right, ta-ra. So that was a good one for Rue Martins. As I'm viewing on the broadcast now that Jimmy Dion just gone past one of the satellite racing Porsches. Who's at the wheel? Let's just have a look. Chad Simpson is at the wheel in the satellite racing GT2 car. So yeah, it's been a good race so far. We would like many other people to come in if they want to have a chat. Just having a look at the. I just received a message from Remco de Wild on the message. 45 minutes to go. Okay, thank you. We've got 45 minutes to go, and one from Mr. Andrew Boner said. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. He said, "Have a coffee on the house." Yes, I will, but not right now. I'm too much energetic. I feel like never mind. It's a little bit off context here. So I'm just viewing what's happening in the pits at the moment. It looks like one of the Chevrolet Corvettes just exiting the pit lane now. I believe that's one of the Sim Racing for Holland Corvettes. We're just viewing on there. So if again, if anybody wants to come in to have a chat, that's within the next 45 minutes or so. Now is the time. Or you can just wait until the end, and we'll just offer out the interviews. So so I just want to extend a further thank you to some people who have been with me today: Scott Woodwiss, Xavier De Carvalho, Reed Martins just now, Mike Bell, who helped with the who helped out. And basically other people who just helped out with it. as usual, we're still helping Team Mar Motorsport will get to the end, as they did the last round, but though with a completely damaged car, but though they kept on going well at the moment. And we just got another tweet from the SRVN saying that Mark de Vries will be taking over for the final stretch. Fingers crossed? My fingers are already crossed. Now, some of you might not know, if you're watching this on YouTube, just have a look at the Race Department chat, that there'll be a special event using R-Factor 2 later tonight, the 6 hours of Silverstone. Now, if you've got R-Factor 2 and you've got an account that you want to race in, then just pop over to RaceDepartment.com, check out the forums for that, and just hope to get going. You can also check out us on both Facebook and Twitter, just find Race Department on both of them. If you want to join in the Twitter chat, the hashtag for it is RDLMS, and if you want to tag anyone in it, just tag them in, and yeah, just carry on from there. Just currently viewing on the broadcast that that the UK NL Aston Martin of which Middleton is that? Nigel Middleton is he's doing okay. He's 10th in class, but 29th place overall. Okay, we're just having a few more tweets. One of them is from Race Department saying the last hour of the virtual Le Mans 24-hour in progress, and we are waving goodbye to our beloved R Factor. And what a great way to do it. And I'm just having a look. They put in a picture here on Twitter as well, and it's basically a man just flying around, a tear dropping from his eye with tissue in his hand, and behind him is the R Factor logo, and it says 2005 to 2013. what a great way to go. But I will be still using R Factor 1, regardless of what if it's working or not. UK NL Racing. Only 40. It says only 45 minutes left. We at the UKNL would like to say thank everyone at Race Department for such a great season of endurance racing, and we thank you UKNL for taking part in it. We do appreciate your skills and your dedication to this. Just coming viewing on a broadcast, one of the SRVN Porsches is trying to catch up to a Porsche. Looks like he already had a mud facial massage, and as I don't know if that was one of the Porsches just going from the SRVN, but though he just gone into the pits, possibly for a driver change for someone else there, as one of the P2 cars goes past him. So yeah, if you still want to go on to if you are on TeamSpeak and you're not racing, or just have a couple of minutes of your spare time to have a chat, now is the time. You can just go down to the commentary box and have a chat with me. That would be great. We got another one for we got another tweet from SRVN saying, "It's hard to watch the race with watery eyes, ending one era and entering another." Very inspirational words. Well done. Thank you. We're seeing one of the Aston Martins with the Alan Simonson tribute car just nearly being overtaken by one of the P2 cars, and P2 UKNL cars have just gone into the pit lane, presumably for a driver swap, and looks like there'll be a battle between the Aston Martin and the RC.co.uk car, I think, or is he being lapped? We'll find out soon. I presume he might be being lapped. As we look at a couple of Porsches just behind one of the, looks like P1 class cars, going down into the first chicane. This is one of the SRVN cars for Porsche in the GT2 category, and they currently got possibly the Phoenix car of Jordan Weeks going past, or is that someone else? I think it was Jordan Weeks. I have no idea. We're just having a look at the Race Department chat boxes. James Reed saying, "Hey guys, anyone enough for another for a Le Mans rematch? Another 24 hours?" And Andrew Ford said to reply, saying, "Give them a break first. And James Reed said, yes, a 24-minute break. Oh man, James, what you like? Thank you very much for posting it in the race department chat. We do appreciate it. So we've still got one of the SRVN cars, and they're just about to be lapped by the RC France of Jimmy Dion, just going past the start finish line now. And we've only got about nearly half an hour left. Just having a look at the chat saying Mark Bridger just joking around saying, "Did you not read the news? It's a double race format with a reverse grid. We're only halfway." Oh man. And James Reed said, "Well, I guess that's pole from me." Oh man. Just still having a look at the chat, and Paul Jones said, "Come on, THR." Yes, we're hoping for THR to finish as well. So this is it. For some people, this is the final assault, and this could actually benefit what will happen in this race. Yeah, plenty of dramas in the past, but what a better way to sign off than the Race Department Le Mans 24-hour event. The last half hour of it. I'm currently looking at the THR being driven in the P1 category at the moment, which is driven by James Johnson. Behind him is his P2 teammate, driven by David Junt. The Swiss guy is actually putting on a good show. Currently leading in his category. And we just received words that we're just coming up to the end of this block. So if you want to continue watching for the last half hour of the race, and if this stream ends, please refresh this page now. Or if you're watching on YouTube and you follow Race Department, just try and find the next link to their next video. So if you are watching this now, then we've already just ended stream 6, and we'd like to say hello, stream 7 of 7. My name is Ronald Squire, and basically we're just getting on well here. Current standings looks like this. Jimmy Dion still leads for RC France ahead of Christian Nalapa, ahead of Jordan Weeks in the Phoenix Motorsport, ahead of Mark de Vries for the SRVN for the final stint. Masters August is in 5th for FIDA Sport Poland, ahead of Satellite Racing's Ryan Walker. The THRs of David Junt and James Johnson, both LMP2 ahead of LMP1 in 7th and 8th. 9th is Adam Kuhn in the P2 category for Hell Racing Team Hungary, and P10 overall is Magnus Dahlgren in the ME Racing car. So we got less than half an hour to go. Anything can happen, and it usually does. And just to let you know that the FSR race is starting now. If you're watching this on FormulaSimRacing.net, the race is about to start. Unfortunately, we have no commentators on that, so I'll be commentating from the race department. So we got lights out and away we go, I presume. Tasha Nunes is doing well from Daniel Kiss, and Mark Alberts is coming leading from Tasha Nunes, and Daniel Kiss going into the first corner. But never mind about that. We're going back to the race department. I'm sorry if I did anything on the matter, but though we'll just carry on with the SimRace.tv about it, shall we? And looks like we got a huge fight for third place, but for in the P1 category between Jordan Weeks and, if I could have a look on the timing at the moment, yeah, it's between Jordan Weeks and Mark de Vries in the SRVN. Mark de Vries is going fantastically well as the RMI of Roy Magnus moves over. Jordan Weeks is trying to keep away from Mark de Vries, but Mark de Vries will catch up to him sooner rather than later, because we only just because like I previously said, and I will say it again, we got less than half an hour. We got less, well, actually nearly 15 minutes to go. And already after 24 hours, the battle for the final podium spot is heating up as Jordan Weeks laps both this F1 Casa Murcielago and looks like one of the SRVN Porsches as they go over the hump like so, and going into the at the end of the other straight and going down into Indianapolis, which should prove a fantastic result after 24 hours of racing. Now, as previously mentioned, we do want more voices in the box. So if you want to come along and chat with me, now is the time. Otherwise, I'm going to be a little bit bored out of my mind and start commentating a little bit on the FSR whilst I'm in the booth. And basically, I and Race Department don't want that at the moment. So it's looking good at the moment. Looks like Jordan Weeks is actually pulling away, or I don't know. Let me just have a look at the timings, and Mark de Vries is actually still the same seconds. So he's remaining tight, or he'll might catch up to him soon. They are in the slow corner section, so Mark de Vries might be able to catch up on him sooner if he has fast speed throughout the corners rather than Jordan Weeks. I'm viewing this on the broadcast. Jordan Weeks is just going through the last chicane section now, and looks like Mark de Vries has possibly gained a little bit on him. I'm just going to view through the line, just past the line now. Yes, he's. I presume he's still more than 1 second in front. So it's looking good at the moment. Jordan Weeks is he's been holding on for the 24 hours absolutely superbly in the Phoenix Motorsport. As Phoenix Motorsport goes past one of the Team Motorsport cars, I'm looking at that car now, and doesn't seem to be having much damage. Yes, it's at the back of the pack like usual, but it doesn't seem to have much damage. And this is one of the events that one of the Scuderia Boys Negro Ferraris haven't retired in, because back at Elkhart Lake they retired after about an hour or so. But they're 24 hours in here, and they're just doing a fantastic job of it. And looks like Jordan Weeks might have pulled ahead a bit. If I can have a look, yes, Jordan Weeks has pulled ahead of Mark de Vries by 3 seconds. So Mark might not be able to get the jump on him, but he might do if he can clear both the P2 cars, which might be a bit of a hindrance to Mark as they look at the Jordan Weeks goes over the hump. Then goes Mark de Vries. He passes the P2 cars with ease, and basically that's just effortless. Now he's going into the slow corner section, which might be an advantage to him, but might be a disadvantage to Jordan Weeks, because he's fast on the straights but cannot guarantee the same speed in the corner sections. So we're just approaching the end of this lap now, and as previously mentioned before, if you are watching this on Race Department, just simply refresh the page for you to continue watching this. If you're watching this on YouTube, I suggest you get ready to switch to the next link in about a few seconds time or so. We just got a tweet from Race Department saying we've only with 23 and a half hours of racing, and we were watching the battle for the podium with a 1 second gap. Well, that sort of increased last time, but thank you very much, Race Department. UK NL Racing says go at Marcel Offermans in car number 311. Now let's have a look. Car 311. Car 311 in the sim racing for Holland. He's 12th place in class, but 41st place overall in the GT1 class. So let's wish Marcel the best of luck in this race. Okay, we need to keep this commentary booth alive, so if anybody wants to come in and have a chat with me, now is the time to do so. Actually, for the just for the sake of it, I might actually go back into the box, and if anybody has experienced problems with the timings, I presume is now back on, but though it just gone off for a second and it came back on. So if anybody had problems with that, we do apologise for that. I might actually go back onto the server for the next, for the last couple of, for the last half hour of this race. So, just to wish some of the drivers on here the best of luck. So we just received a message from Marco Bigil that we only got about 15 minutes left. How will it end? Well, it might end with a crash, it might end with glory, it might end with tears. It could end with anything. So let's just hope for a good race. One from SRVN says, seems traffic is a game breaker for SRVN. The race is still long. Oh wait. Oh man. Thank you very much for that. The message from Christopher Mussist on the race department chat saying that No Limit GT1 gets the blue flag. We are currently viewing on this situation if we can at the moment. Okay, we just received a message that we only got about 8 minutes left of racing time left. So good urge for the moment. Welsh anthem as well. So yeah, but enough of that. Let's just carry on with this. The last couple of minutes to go. So we got racing team, RC France racing team in the lead, ahead of Skype Racing in third, and the Phoenix Motorsport is in third place. Christopher Master says, any idea when the season 5 of the Race Department Le Mans series will start up? Marco Bridge will post in there to let you know what the details on the upcoming events. Okay, we just received confirmation that the final lap has started with Jimmy Dion at the wheel, gonna win the last ever. Okay, we've just been confirmed that is the next lap. Okay, so the next lap he will come around. It will be the final lap. So we are currently viewing the RC France of Jimmy Dion, just actually nearing the end of possibly the penultimate lap of the race, and it's going to be an emotional victory for him and his team. 24 hours, and it's brilliant. Okay, we have been just confirmed that the final lap has started, and it's been an emotional ride for him. So he's just right. I'm gonna imitate that. It's actually live broadcast. I'm actually on the we actually on the server, but though I'm actually watching this on a broadcast. So please do excuse me if I was just being a little bit hypocritical there. So he's just going past the first chicane. Good job there. We've just got a tweet from Wayne Reed saying a huge well done to all the teams and drivers. It's been epic. It's been epic. Good job by all the broadcasters. Nice work, lads. Thank you very much, Wayne. As they go past, Jamie Dion goes past the second chicane, having lapped the Saline and the Porsche on the way. So it will be a good it will be a good victory for the following people if they was to stay in the same place at the moment, which is Jimmy Dion in the P1 category, David Junt in the P2 category, Bates Condion for the GT1 category, and for the GT2 Robin Vidgal. So it will be a good victory for the RC France, THR, RC.co.uk, and Sim Racing for Holland. As Jimmy Dion goes up to the Indianapolis corner now, to the just a couple of curves there, and just going onto the banked corner to the left, going down a couple of meters down on into the right now, before going into the curve section, and it's just been it's been an utter mayhem ride for Jimmy Dion. He's actually he will be elated with the victory. He's just exiting the a couple of curves now. He's going into the final chicane of the Race Department Le Mans Series, and Jimmy Dion has won the 2013 Race Department Le Mans Series, the last ever race for R Factor 1. A well-deserved victory for him too, and he's just done a good job coming home in second, coming home to take his victory in the GT1 category. Mazda Stepaniak in no wait a minute, it's George Lungen who takes his place. George Lungen has taken this place and has won the. Has won, or is it the? Or has he got a blue flag? We presume he's got a blue flag. We'll have to find out soon. But David Junt has won for the P2 category. Jordan Landon has won for the GT1 category, and in the GT2 category is Mr. Chad Simpson. A fantastic drive for him, and possibly well deserved too. it's been an epic race for some drivers, and it's just absolutely epic for some people. Okay, I do apologise. It's actually Baptist Corner John who wins in the GT in that GT category. So anyway, we're just coming up to the end. We're just coming up to the end of this stream. So if you are watching this on RaceDepartment, please refresh the stream now so we can get ready for the interviews with the teams and drivers. And basically, we need every driver in here as quick. Well, most of the drivers in here as quickly as possible, because we're going to have an interview with some of the drivers. And basically just a sign off for R Factor 1, a sign off from me, and of course anthems of England, France, Wales, and Holland. And also a tribute as well. SRVN says congratulations to the RC France racing team for the win. Also an amazing job by Jordan Weeks and Mark De Vries for the stunning last stint. That's from SRVN. So if we are taking the interviews now, we just need to wait for the drivers to come along in now. We might have to wait a sec. We are still waiting for the teams and drivers to come along. We've only just got Marco Bijol just joining us for possibly a quick interview. Hello, Marco.
Hello there, Ron.
So how was the race for you then?
Exhausting. No, it was really awesome. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed every minute of it. We had some fabulous fights, some fabulous honest and clean racing. Unfortunately, some incidents as well, but that's what happens during a 24-hour race. You can't expect everything to be clean. But overall scene, I'm very happy with the outcome, very happy with what we did, and very happy with the performance of all the teams. And last but not least, I'm very happy with the performance of all the commentators. We had a few new guys in, and you guys really did an awesome job. Really compliments.
Thank you very much, Marco. Just joining us as well is James Johnson. Hello, James.
Hello. Ugh. Got in late, hell.
It's all right. So from your point of view, how was your race?
Not good.
Okay, so did anything exciting happen with your team today? With other drivers?
Not really. It's just been one of those days. It's just been one of those races where nothing went right. I don't know what else to say. It's just we lost about, I think, about an hour and a half, about an hour and 15 minutes worth of penalties. So yeah.
So can you take anything positive from this 24-hour event today?
We got the speed and we got the drivers. We just need the luck.
Okay, thank you very much. And are you feeling any sad emotions to the fact that this is our Factor One's last ever race on RaceDepartment?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's just There's not many series that do R-Factor. I don't have R-Factor 2 yet, so yeah.
Nor do I, but I just recently discovered R Factor 1 last year, and I'm already missing it already. So anyway, thank you very much, James, for joining the box, and hope to see you soon.
Yeah, well, in relation to that, the R Factor 2 or R Factor 1 thing, I think during the race, Simracevereniging Nederland put it the best way in their tweet, saying R Factor isn't dead, but there is a time to bring it to the retirement home. And I think indeed that's about the story. I mean, it's not that. We've just proven that R Factor still has a large fan base, and it still has the potential to have magnificent events. But we have to go on, and there are so many nice and cool features coming with R Factor 2 that will make such a big change in the way we as sim racers and sim race communities will experience our hobby, that it would be a shame not to. So yeah, although it's a shame we have to leave R Factor behind, we are really happy that we have a good alternative which is developing well at the moment and showing a really good potential. Some really nice tracks are being developed and released, and the cars are dripping in as well. So we are slowly starting to get to a point that we can do really serious leagues in R Factor 2 with serious content. And I'm happy about that. So in the end, I feel happy again.
Thank you very much, Marco. Just joining us in the box now is Yori Geisen. Hello, Yori.
Hello.
So how was your race from your point of view?
It was long, but it was so awesome. I spent some 8 hours in the car, I think, not including the restarts. But it's amazing to drive this entire event from start to finish, and well, did it with an awesome team. Really great guys, and a little bad luck in the night somewhere, early in the morning, I mean, and with the GT2 car, put us out of the podium, but it was great to race this, and awesome to see so many people at the finish line because this is the first season that we have that many finishers in any of the races. Amazing.
Right.
It makes it exciting right until the end.
Yeah. Right, so we got a couple of some drivers in here, a couple of winners here. We got some of the P1 drivers such as Jimmy Dion, John Weeks, and Stefan Meal. But first, let's chat to the P1 winner, Jimmy Dion. Hello, Jimmy.
Hello.
So, was the race sort of tough for you in from your point of view, or was it something else?
Alors là, par contre, il va falloir traduire, mon petit Steph.
I can speak for him because he doesn't speak English very well, so I will translate to you.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Qu'est-ce que tu dis, Jim?
Bah, j'ai pas trop compris ce qu'il a dit.
C'est quoi ton feeling sur la course?
D'accord. Bah, malgré les crashs, on a eu un setup phénoménal. Grâce à ça, on arrive à faire une super course. Voilà. Pas mal de crashs à cause de la concentration, c'est tout.
We had a lot of crashes, driver's error, some mistake we usually don't make, but we had a great setup. So we had a great race anyway.
Okay, and will you be keeping up this performance in other leagues?
Yes, we did other leagues too, but I don't know. In the future, it will be a factor 2. I don't know. It will be the appropriate platform. So I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, thank you very much, both Jimmy and Steph. Next guy we're going to talk to is Mr. Jordan Weeks. Hello, Jordan.
Hello.
So, from your point of view, was a race okay in your opinion, or was it something else that you need to work on?
The race was okay. The start of it, not so great, but the ending, fuck, so amazing. My God, everyone was on the limit. Everyone did a great job in the team. Luckily, we got that podium by like a 10th, I think. It was intense for the last couple of laps, but I'm very happy at the moment with the results after all the troubles we had.
Yeah, we saw your battle with Mark de Vries on the last couple of laps. It was nail biting, but you managed to pull it off to get a looks like a third place. Well, actually, a second place from Christian Nepala today. We'll see that soon. But though, are you feeling a little bit emotional that it will be our race department's last ever race with R Factor 1, or do you think sometimes things have to go on?
I would miss R Factor 1 being used on RDLMS, but then, as we all know, we have to move on and use, which would be R Factor 2, which is the more improved version of R Factor, and it has the weather plugin, not weather plugin, but weather, which is gonna be very exciting. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Jordan, for joining us. We might go to Baptiste John in a sec, but he's a little bit. But I think he might be with us now. So Baptiste, hello.
Hello.
So how was your race?
Our race was very long, very long, because we had a very difficult start, and for the 2 starts, because I was very stressed and it was difficult to go very fast, as in training. But with the time, it was faster and faster, and No Limit Motorsport in GT1 was very fast during all season, and we are very proud to had win this last race at Le Mans.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us, Baptiste. And we got one more driver to interview, and that is Mr. Robin Vidgol. Hello.
Yay! Hey, Ron. How you doing?
Yeah. So congratulations on your So yeah, congratulations on your victory in the GT1 category. You must be delighted.
GT2 actually, but yes, thanks.
Oh yeah, sorry, GT2. So yeah, congratulations on your victory. You must be delighted with that.
Yeah, we were in a bit of trouble in the beginning of the race. We fell back to P7 after some contact between Wilfred and the P2 car, and we were quite worried about the championship title, which we were fighting for still with Brigata Orso. So, but after a couple of hours, suddenly everything fell back in our advantage, with all kinds of accidents happening and us keeping clear of them. So that's been the story.
So was the race tough in your opinion, or was it something else that you might think it was?
Well, personally, I've been in the car with Wilfred van der Brink many times, and today Rudy van Buren was at least in the same league with him, and Dennis Douna was very fast today. So I've been feeling like the weakest link today.
Well, at least you got to the end and got yourself a victory in your category. Thank you very much for joining us, Robin.
Thank you.
So, Marco, I think a last couple of words from you.
The last couple of words from me.
Yeah.
Well, let me see. What can I say? Well, first of all, I just mentioned it in the chat. I really believe that we had a superb event. And I really want to thank everybody who was involved in organizing this, but also all the guys who participated, all the guys who did so much work to create those awesome skins, which made the broadcast look so much better. Everybody who is involved outside of race department as well for the pre-work that has been done on the track, and especially all the guys who made so many sacrifices and all those evenings that we spent on TeamSpeak and on Skype together, working on all the kinds of different aspects to setting this up. I really want to thank you all. It paid off, and we put down a hell of an event, in my opinion. I do think that we made a very nice tribute to R Factor 1. As just about most of you all know, Race Department decided to leave R Factor 1 in late 2012. This has been a one-off tribute to the game, and I really think we succeeded in that. So I just want to end with see you all in R Factor 2, and I'm pretty sure that the next RDLMS or whatever the series will be called will be just as awesome as it was in R Factor 1. And I really, really hope to see you all back again, because I really enjoyed watching you all for all those hours. So thanks to all, and I hope to see you all again in R Factor 2.
Thank you very much, Marco. And Yuri, possibly last words from you.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Marco said. Of course, there's going to be a new season. We're designing something new for R Factor 2, and as Marco already mentioned, we're not entirely sure what the series is going to be called. It's probably not going to be RDLMS anymore. But nonetheless, during the summer we'll release some. We'll start the sign-ups for the new series, and we'll start announcing stuff about what's going to happen, what the series is going to look like, when it's going to take place, because we're already designing schedules and regulations for that. So more news should come probably this month or maybe early August, but it will be soon anyway. So I hope that you'll stay tuned and that you will join us for future events as well. Love to have you here.
Thank you very much, Yuri and Marco. Now, before we sign off, I obviously I'd like to say thank you very much to everyone who raced and watched this race over the last 24 hours. It's just been an absolute fantastic ride from everyone. And as usual, many congratulations to today's winners, which were Jimmy Dion, David Junt, Baptiste Condrion, and Robert Verdegal. Right, before I go, we have 4 national anthems from France.
I knew it!
And Holland, because Race Department was founded by, was it 4 or 3 Dutch people, Marco?
I'm not entirely sure how many it were. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, but it was found in Holland, and we got two anthems as well at the end with one from Wales because I'm from Wales, and one from England because most of the people here are sometimes from England. So I'll just leave you with the anthems. So until then, so after the anthems we will sign off. But yeah, I'll see you then. Yeah, so let's do the anthems now. So those were the national anthems from 4 of those countries. This is Ron Squire. Alongside me were Marco BG, Yoi Geisen, and many thanks to our commentators over the last 24 hours, which were Xavier de Carvalho, Scott Woodwiss, and Mike Bell, and many others. Many thanks to some teams of drivers who've been with us. Many thanks to also to Marco for the cameras. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, thanks. Yes, so thanks to Marco. And from me, your main commentator, Ron Squire, I'd just like to say thank you and goodbye.
And we're off.